All right, Church of Ape. This is the Trusty Ape on Monday, January 19th, 2026. A belated Happy New Year to everybody out there in the universe, wherever you are, whenever you are, and if you're listening to this, thank you. All right, and it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day here in the U.S., and I've heard some people, some of these conservative people out here over the years say, "Why do we need so many holidays for Martin Luther King Jr.?" And yeah, so anyway, there's that. But I was just looking up some speeches done by Dr. King, and this one popped up. It's actually on his YouTube account. They made a tribute to him, I guess. And it's not the the "I Have a Dream" speech that most people know. So I thought we'd watch this in honor, and then we'll open up the panel here. Maybe watch some other racy content.
My friends, a nation does not fall when it is attacked from the outside. It falls when it forgets what it owes to one another. History teaches us that civilizations do not collapse in moments of noise, but in seasons of moral drift, when conscience grows tired, when truth becomes negotiable, and when fear is allowed to speak louder than wisdom. I come before you not to condemn America, but to call her back. There was a time, not perfect but principled, when disagreement did not require hatred, when difference did not demand distance, and when strength was measured not by dominance, but by restraint. We once believed that character outweighed color, that faith could coexist without fear, that liberty was incomplete unless it belonged to all. Our debates were sharp, but our bonds were sharper. But somewhere along the road, we began to confuse suspicion for wisdom and loudness for leadership. We were taught subtly, patiently, to look at our neighbors not as fellow citizens, but as potential threats. Fear was introduced not as a warning, but as a habit. And fear, when repeated often enough, begins to sound like truth. I must speak plainly, but not recklessly. A nation in moral decline is easily persuaded that its suffering has a human face. When jobs vanish, when dignity erodes, when meaning grows thin, the easiest answer is not reform, it is blame. And so strangers become suspects, differences become dangers, faith becomes a fault line, skin becomes a symbol. History has seen this strategy before. It is not new, it is not brave, and it has never ended well. There are those who understand that a divided people are easier to manage than a united one. If you can keep citizens arguing horizontally, they will never question what looms above them. If you can convince a poor man that his enemy is another poor man with a different prayer or pigment, you have already won, not through violence, but through distraction. If this moral erosion continues, we will wake one day to a nation where neighbors share walls but not trust, where children inherit fears they never chose, and where conscience is replaced by allegiance. A nation may survive such a moment, but it will no longer recognize itself. True leadership does not inflame the crowd, it educates it. It does not exploit fear, it exposes it. It does not ask who we should hate, but who we have failed to understand. The measure of a nation's greatness is not how loudly it defends itself, but how faithfully it defends human dignity. I am not afraid of disagreement. I am afraid of dehumanization. I am not alarmed by diversity. I am alarmed by deliberate division. America still stands at a crossroads. One path paved with fear, the other with moral courage. The future will not ask what we posted, what we shouted, or what we feared. It will ask only this: when unity was hardest, did we choose it anyway?
That's right.
Monday.com.
No, I think that speaks a lot to what's going on around here these days. What's up, Cone Club Colt? Good to see you. Assuming that's Will. What's up? What's up? And so, seen a lot of coverage on this this ICE shooting and all this stuff going on in Minnesota. It's in Minnesota, right? Let's see. Now I know there's like the main video from the cop who shot Renee Good, and then that's like the main one they've been posting because like a lot of people think it looks like. Oh, Smokey. Oh, all right. Well, welcome, Smokey. Yeah, so like from the one angle, it kind of looks like he was hit with the vehicle, and then there's other angles that that seem to contradict that. So I'll pull this up. Oh no, is it going to be...
On Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist. 37.
Yeah, you can see he's already off to the side of the vehicle when he shoots. When she turns the wheel, he's fully clear to the vehicle.
Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range. Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving.
It's interesting to me that guy initially backed his vehicle away, then gets out of his vehicle to approach hers. I think that guy came from the vehicle that just backed up.
Toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights.
Hey, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Good to see you. Happy Monday.
Blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go
then
ahead.
that car leaves.
2 agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV...
By the way, they, as far as I understand, have no authority to pull this citizen out of her car for any reason. Like, they would have to contact local law enforcement or something of that nature. What authority would they have to detain this woman?
Reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent...
And he's already got his gun out and trained on her before she accelerates, right?
Fires.
But he's fully cleared the vehicle by the time he fires.
Standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are
you can see the feet down
positioned
there
away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road.
What the?
A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care. Eventually, the agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call 911.
Shame! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse!
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
I don't care!
Of course, they already know she's fucking dead. He shot her 3 times in the head.
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicles and drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
Yeah, you can't leave the scene of the shooting. So yeah, there's that, which is just, yeah, it's gone so well for them in Minneapolis since they did that. Yeah, no, these are definitely interesting times to be an American, I would say. And I think this just shows that these guys are out here playing cowboy. They're out here playing cowboy. So I got another video kind of in regards to this. This one is from is it gonna go? Oh, okay. There, it just took a minute. This one's from Topics of Religion. And so he's got an interesting perspective on this I wanted to cover here.
So if you've been on Facebook recently, you'll see a lot about the young lady that was killed by ICE agents in Minnesota. And all you got to do is stop listening to all the propaganda and people saying, I'm a lawyer, so this is what I know as a lawyer. I used to be an officer, or I am an officer, and ICE agents don't have the right to defend themselves. They don't have the right to shoot at a moving vehicle. They don't have the right to do this. They don't have a right to do that.
So, according to people who have either practiced in law or been in law enforcement, are spinning propaganda by saying, in my experience, to my professional knowledge, this isn't the way that these guys should conduct themselves. Okay.
Bull crap. Right from ice.gov.
And so he goes to the ICE website to see what authority ICE gives itself on the website, I guess.
ICE agents are sworn in federal police officers, federal level police officers, like the marshals, for instance. They are sworn in. They did go to the academy. They have their own special academy, obviously, So the only thing is they can't pull up behind you, turn on their cherries, and pull you over and write you a citation. They can't pull people over unless you were an illegal immigrant. They recognize that you were illegal, then they can arrest you.
So they can't pull you over, can't pull you out of your vehicle unless they believe you are an illegal immigrant, which this person clearly was not, obviously, right? And once again, this is just according to them, so this has no bearing on the actual law. And as we've seen, like, especially with this administration, but we've seen it before, like, the government can just put anything they want on a government website. It doesn't necessarily make it so, right? It turns out the government can lie to your face on an official government website and not be held accountable for it. Who knew?
Now, so there's all kinds of misinformation.
Hey, Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you. Skeptic Philosophy says they waited 2 days before he claimed he had internal bleeding. yeah, he missed that one, right? He didn't go in for a medical examination immediately afterwards, right? If he was claiming an injury, like he would have had to stay on scene. First of all, like that was the first thing. You don't leave the scene of your shooting if you're the officer involved, especially. Like, you're the main person that they need to speak to in the aftermath of that. And then, yeah. Second of all, you would immediately be subject to like a medical screening, and regardless of the circumstances, right, they would still take your weapon and put you on a desk if you were like a police officer or something like that, as far as my understanding. They're not just going to put you back out in the field, and you're gonna be undergoing medical and mental health evaluations, psychological evaluations, like in the aftermath, right? Like, that's standard protocol. And Cone Club's Cult says, at what point do these actions qualify as treason? Well, unfortunately, I think we would have to put that on the president, right? And then everybody underneath him. It's gonna be like Nuremberg when this is all over. They're gonna have all the officers and all the way up the chain of command. They're all gonna have to go on trial. But this leads all the way up to the president at this point.
Of rumors going around. It says it right there on ICE.gov. ICE officers are aware of the real and emotional impact of immigration and enforcement. The immediate and extreme impact on immigration enforcement action has an individual and their family is not lost on our officers. These ICE officers and their families live and shop as well as attend schools, place of worship, blah, blah, blah. They do their
they're human beings too, of course.
Jobs professionally, humanely, and treat those they encounter with dignity and respect and protect these communities. It is unconscionable when those who have ideological or political beliefs that differ from the law, and this was in 2020, by the way, when this was written, misdirect their attacks on ICE officers.
This was in 2020? You mean before they started their current level of operations? So, okay.
Officers who are charged with upholding laws that Congress has passed.
And it may be that there were people who were, trying to interfere with ICE operations back then. I know, this has actually been an ongoing conversation, right? Because they were like, okay, well, Obama kept a lot of kids in cages too, but Trump was the one flouting it. So I don't know.
And this was 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Flouting, is that the right word I'm looking for there? Anyway, he was like, yeah, he's bragging about it.
Almost about 5.5 years ago. ICE officers are sworn federal law enforcement officers who operate within the confines of the law. Section 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act provides ICE officers.
Yeah, and being sworn in just basically means that you take an oath, which, like, lots of people get sworn in to different offices, especially in the government, or any time if you're in public service, you're swearing some kind of oath. And people violate those oaths all the time, so that doesn't really mean anything. Being sworn in as a federal officer means taking an oath to support the U.S. Constitution, gaining authority to enforce federal, I'm reading from the AII overview here, to enforce federal laws, carry firearms, and make arrests, following extensive training, background checks, and meeting strict physical and medical standards, signifying a commitment to public trust and service under agencies like FBI, Marshals, or ATF. Yeah, adherence to high ethical standards as detailed in the federal law enforcement career requirements. Wonder what those high ethical standards are. You know, does it... right? And I'm just trying to see... See, it says a lot about the FBI. We're going nowhere near ICE. ICE agents. Well, of course they're federal agents, but... And it gives me a one-liner. That's amazing. All right, I'm gonna keep seeing if I can find more about this. I want to see specifically, like, 'cause there's specific claims they make, like, do they or do they not have the power to detain a U.S. citizen, and under what circumstances, right? Because
officers the authority to arrest aliens without a judicial warrant. So they don't even have to have a warrant. All these people saying they have to have a warrant, they do not. Straight from ice.gov. In fact, no judge in this country has the authority to issue a warrant for a civil immigration violation. Congress, by statute, vested this authorization solely to supervisory immigration officers. Local police officers don't need a warrant when they encounter someone breaking the law in a public space, and the same holds true for ICE officers. Obstructing...
Well, no, if they witness you in commission of a crime, right? But I think that has been overturned, like First Amendment auditors who have been arrested for allegedly interfering with active investigations, where then later they were cleared by the state and often paid restitution from those departments, right? Because conducting a First Amendment audit is not an interference of an investigation. Oh, hey, Silverwolf, good to see you. So what qualifies as interfering with an active investigation, right? Because cops have tried that and failed miserably.
Or otherwise interfering with an ICE arrest is a crime. So if you're interfering with them, you've committed a crime and they can take you into custody. What was Dinkus doing in her car? She was interfering. She was...
I've seen no evidence of that, at least not from the videos we've seen. Now, the position of her vehicle is odd, right? It's obvious that the neighbors are, not actively complying with whatever the ICE business was there, but I don't know if they were directly interfering in any specific arrest or investigation, right? That's not apparent.
Out there interfering with their operations. She committed a crime. And anyone involved may be subject to prosecution under federal law. In addition, encouraging others to interfere or attempt to obstruct an arrest is extremely reckless and places all parties in jeopardy. ICE makes...
See, in order to qualify that, you would have to say that we were making this specific arrest on this specific person in this location, and this individual had somehow directly interfered with apprehending that suspect, and we just don't see any evidence of it. And I haven't even heard that justified by the administration. They just said, well, she came at him in a vehicle, but he actually placed himself in front of that vehicle knowing that she was trying to move that vehicle at the time. Like, it's obvious.
Every day, let's see, I gotta find this. I gotta move on to the next page. ICE makes targeted arrests every day. It does not conduct raids. So all these people saying that they're going on raids and they're doing sweeps. It says they do not conduct.
So even on the ICE website, the only thing I see when it comes to making arrests is like frequently asked questions, and it's saying that they can initiate consensual encounters and speak with people, briefly detain aliens when they have reasonable suspicion that the aliens are illegally present in the United States, and arrest people they believe are illegal aliens. These all pertain to arresting aliens suspected of being illegal or known to be illegal, and none of which would apply to U.S. citizens. In their, like, this is off of their FAQ, right? Like, it says nothing about is ICE snatching or kidnapping people off the streets? No, we don't kidnap people. Everyone on ICE custody is accounted for, and you can search this online detainee locator system, which we already know is a farce because that's where the reports come from. Like, people who try to find their loved ones in there know they've been apprehended by ICE and can't find them. It's crazy.
Raids or sweeps and does
Straight
not
from the horse's mouth, man.
operate roadblocks or checkpoints. The use of these terms evokes images of indiscriminate targeting of neighborhoods and spreads fear of immigrant communities. ICE focuses is limited resources first and foremost on those who pose the greatest threat to safety. Now we know that there's a
Oh yeah, Skeptic Philosophy says I can find no official numbers of illegals arrested in Minnesota, yet somehow the New York Post has come up with 10,000 illegals. Yeah, just pulling the numbers right out of their rears, man.
a lot of people online saying they cannot shoot at moving vehicles. They are sworn in officers. If you try to shoot one, or you're shooting at one, or you try to mow one down, they can neutralize that threat.
So there's a law, I can't remember, you know, obviously we can find information on this, right, that says that, you know, in the case of shooting at a vehicle, which the driver still has control of the vehicle, right, they're very cautious to do so, and only under very specific circumstances. Now, if that vehicle had been coming head on at the man, like if that had been the case, and the driver seemed to have intent to run him down, it still would most likely not be advisable for him to shoot the driver of that vehicle, because common sense says that person's body is going to go limp and they're going to press down on those pedals, right? So they're going to be coming at you faster than they would have been otherwise, and with no control of the vehicle, right? Because they're dead or mortally wounded now. And so then that vehicle actually becomes more dangerous to the person standing in front of or adjacent to it, right? In any case, and it puts more of the public at risk because now that vehicle can keep on driving. Say it mows over the officer and then it runs into other people or objects that are in its path, which is what we saw happen, right? The guy clears the car, shoots the woman, and she goes dead weight and continues on down the street plowing into random cars, right? Because a dead person can't control a vehicle. It's common sense. So I don't know.
There are tons of people online saying, I'm a law enforcement officer. ICE agents do not have that authority. Well, that's bullcrap. Absolute bullcrap. You can find it by looking up ICE.
Yeah, if you look on the ICE website, it will absolutely tell you that they do no wrong and they have the authority to do whatever they want, you know.
And they will absolutely lie to you. There's people on there saying, there's a lot of keyboard lawyers is what I saw on Facebook say, and she says, I'm really a lawyer. I'm a real life lawyer. And they don't have any authority to do anything they did, and they were 100% in the wrong. Wrong. She's wrong. She's full of it. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Right here on, let's see if I can get this to center. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE.gov. Look it up.
So I'll tell you, there are very few nefarious characters out there who are going to tell you that they know that they're doing something wrong, or that they, you know what I mean? Like, but especially if it's government officials, right? If it's, you know, they're going to be the last people to tell you that they made a mistake, or they actually don't have this power or authority to do this thing, right? They're going to be like literally the last ones to say, oh no, we messed up. Yeah, it just never happens.
Are sworn in. They are legitimate police officers on the federal level. They're outside the jurisdiction of state police and local city police. They're higher. Okay, you have city, you have county, you have state, and then you have federal. Federal is the top tier.
See, I don't know. He thinks this is like a W right here, right? But it's not. And we've seen instances of this actually where so the Fed, right? Like, so the Fed has to go through like a particular legal process in order to take precedent on a local case, right? And usually that is facilitated through that local law enforcement agency. So actually, it is incumbent on the federal government to go through the proper channels, these federal agencies, in order to conduct operations within, local municipalities. Any given city they go to, they're supposed to coordinate with the local police in that city, in that state, and not just come in there, as if they own it all because they're federal, because that's not the way that works, right? And these individual agencies, as it states right there on the ICE website, and it was on the other one I was looking at, right? They each serve an individual function, right? Which is why, so they each have authority under different precedent, right? Like different. So ICE, immigration, customs, right? That's their thing. They're supposed to focus on aliens, people suspected of being illegal aliens. That's supposed to be their focus, and their authority is limited in scope that way, I think. So they can't just go in there and take over a city in the name of doing that one job.
But they cannot drive up behind you, light you up, and pull you over for speeding or running a light or anything like that. That's not what they can do. But yes, they can shoot at a vehicle that's trying to run them over. Because they're an officer, they're a sworn-in officer. They can protect themselves and each other. So don't listen to all the lies. This is the thing about propaganda. I hate propaganda, and I call it out. I call out people's lies.
Propaganda is the thing produced by the government and news media, not by individuals on the internet. Typically, I mean, certainly there are probably some online propagandists of sorts, but I mean, we're talking about like state propaganda. That's the government and the news media, like doing the propaganda.
Go and read it. So somebody sent me this, and they showed me what Adam Miller on Facebook said, and what he posted. And he said that these ICE officers had absolutely nothing. They didn't do anything legal. And it was yesterday at 6:45 a.m.
Whether or not it was legal, it certainly wasn't according to any type of protocol, like what they would have been taught in their law enforcement training, right? Completely shoot from the hip cowboy shit, like walking around the car with your phone in one hand and then pulling your gun in the other. Like, you would never have done that. No rational person is going to behave that way, especially if they think that person has intent to run them over. You wouldn't walk fully around the vehicle if you were truly in fear that they were going to ram you, right? You would get clear of the vehicle. That's what people with common sense would do.
It says it is clear that U.S. citizens' ignorance of federal law and law enforcement duties, procedures, and limits of authority is getting to the point where it is deadly. And he goes on and on and on about how they can't do anything that they did. They couldn't shoot a vehicle that was trying to mow them down, all this stuff. And there was somebody named Deb Montgomery.
You know what else? And I noticed this. So this is similar, and there's many, many cases like where you point to this, but like particularly in the case of like George Floyd, right? And they're so quick to try and point out, oh, well, look at the background and the lifestyle of this person. Look at their criminal history. Look at their sexual preferences. Oh, they lost their kids at some point to CPS or something like that. And it's like, it's always like they will do all that, and then when people say, I don't care, and then all of a sudden, oh, well, now this stuff actually comes out about the officer or agent, right, where we could say, oh, they had no business, like Derek Chauvin or whatever, even wearing a badge at that point, because they had already been disciplined so many times for being for excessive using excessive force, being brutal, being unprofessional, right? And then they just move him around within the organization, and they say, "Oh no, well he's wearing a badge, so he must be without flaw." And it's like that's seldom, if ever, the case. Certainly, there are fringe people who just go out and do violent criminal things without any prior incident of that, but it's much more rare, right? So usually, people who are caught in acts of violent aggression in public, right, are likely to have a history of doing that. And it's just that the police happen to have their, like, it's like the Catholic priest. Like, we know they're doing it. We just move them to a new area and hope they don't do it again,
Who says that she's an attorney. There seems to be a lot of keyboard attorneys online today. And as an actual attorney, I like to cite the actual law. ICE officer in Minnesota violated both protocol and case. 1, officers are not allowed to fire into a moving vehicle. That's false. She's a liar. 2, lethal force is not allowed to prevent someone from fleeing. They weren't shooting because she was fleeing. They were shooting because she was threatening their life by running somebody over. Dinkus alert. 3, case law is clear. An officer cannot intentionally place himself in front of a vehicle.
That's another funny thing, because, like, okay, I could see from a distance, if you have perspective, like, okay, from a distance, that vehicle's coming at you and you don't have any time to move out of the way, versus that vehicle has not yet been put into motion. You are one step from safety, right? And in that moment, you chose to draw your weapon in order to what? Stop the vehicle from going into motion, right? Again, we discussed why that just wouldn't work. And that would never be your first instinct if you can just step out of the way of the vehicle. And in that case, now the vehicle has cleared you. Well, now they're fleeing, and there is some precedent to that where they don't. This is like why they disengage from high-speed pursuits in residential neighborhoods, right? Because there's more likely of harm coming to the public if that driver continues to accelerate through that residential neighborhood, because they're being chased by the police. So the police are engaging possibly in causing more harm. So instead, they will back off, wait till that vehicle slows down, and try to track them down later, right? Because it makes no sense to exacerbate that situation and potentially cause an accident or some fatality that would not otherwise have happened.
Alleged self-defense. He wasn't. If you watch the body cam, he was on the other side of the vehicle and walked around the front of the vehicle, was almost to the driver's side when she floored it in the front left corner.
Also, it's not clear to me that anybody was wearing body cams in any of these videos. It looked like everybody's recording with cell phones, including the ICE agent, from everything I know. But if there is body cam footage, I mean, it's not coming from the people directly around the car, right?
Bumped him. If he would have been not quite far enough over, she would have knocked him over, ran over him with her tires. So these people...
That would have been physically impossible at the angle he was standing, even if the vehicle did bump him, which, let's just say for the sake of argument, it did, right? But he was already off and to the side of it, and the tires of the vehicle were pointed away from him. So regardless, that vehicle would have continued to travel away from him even after it bumped into him, allegedly. So
are idiots. Well, shocking. And I bet you they're all Democrats, and I bet you most of those are even atheists. You have a good day. Because we can tell that they're probably atheists, and we know they're Democrats because, woo, not well upstairs. Look things up, people. Look up the law.
Yeah, also, I don't think anything listed on the ICE website is a matter of law. Those are just things that ICE chose to say publicly that don't necessarily have any basis in reality. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, a government website, really? Like, yeah, they're just going to say things. Like, they don't have to be true. And they can, if they're called out on it later, they just be like, we don't even know who published that. Like, who wrote that? What do you mean? Oh, erase. We just erased it from the website. Now, what's up? Hillary's emails. Good to see you. It says she was stopped when they detained her. Should they wait until she runs over kids before they ask her to stop committing crimes? No, they could inform local law enforcement, who probably should have been informed well in advance of that incident even happening, right? They have other people who are in charge of that, but we don't. I don't see any evidence that they had cause or authority to detain this U.S. citizen. Was she suspected of being an illegal alien? Was she directly interfering with the apprehension of a suspect? Because I don't see any suspects around there. So, I mean, sure, there could be more to it, but, basically, the long and the short of it is, no, they have to defer to local law enforcement as far as my understanding. They don't really need to get engaged in that situation. They just say, okay, we'll bring in the local cops to come and back off the locals, because that's their job. That's not ICE's job. I guess I've got one more. Oh, who's this? Who do we have here now? Oh, what's up?
It's Hillary.
Good to see you, bud.
No, it's actually the exact opposite. Due to the supremacy clause, the locals are supposed to do what the feds say, not the other way around. And national immigration policy isn't a local police issue.
Well, no, but when they had people who were clearly citizens, if they claim that they're interfering with the operation.
I did a video on this. How are they clearly citizens? Did they hand over their U.S. passports?
Well, I think all they need at that point is like a state ID.
No.
But ICE doesn't necessarily have the right to ask them for that.
Yes, they do. If they're within 250 miles of a port of entry, then they do have jurisdiction. And at that point, they may have been detaining her as a witness. Although, as we found out, recently over the last week, after I made my initial video, she actually went there with the intent to disrupt ICE operations, and she was blocking the road and preventing people from going through.
We see other vehicles going around her in the video.
Yeah, they're able to go around her. That doesn't mean that she's not obstructing a public roadway.
So does ICE enforce obstruction of public roadways?
No, they enforce immigration issues, and she was impeding their federal investigation. But like I said in my video, before I knew any of that, they might have just been detaining her as a potential witness, in which case she is still required to exit her vehicle when commanded, under all Supreme Court rulings. Like, they aren't nuanced at all. It's very clear. If a police officer at any level orders you out of your vehicle, it doesn't matter what reason they give. It isn't about you asking questions or anything. You must exit your vehicle. And if not, they can break open your window and drag you out.
All right. Well, I mean, I know that's technically true in the case, with law enforcement, with interactions with law enforcement. But there's also the question of like lawful stop and all of that, right? So the agents, if they conducted themselves in any way improperly, not just ICE agents, right? If they were local cops, state troopers, doesn't matter, they would be held accountable later on for their misconduct.
Correct.
So, and we're not seeing anything like that here.
We are, because we haven't seen any misconduct by them. They did everything exactly right. I watched this at half speed, and they did literally everything right. Probably more right than they even knew at the time, because we can see from multiple angles, and they could only see from a very limited perspective.
We also have the situation is caught kind of midway, so we don't know how it escalated to that, right?
We actually have more video than you might know, but yeah, we don't have the full video of when she first started her criminal activity. That's correct. But we do know from the time that just before the police approached her, what she and her wife were doing, and we do have some of the video of what her wife said and her complicity in what I would call felony murder. And we know, from the bystander that was videoing from behind, that it was completely a perfect shoot. There was nothing that could have been more appropriate than what that agent's actions were. And as some people point out, there's even a question as to why the one by the driver's side door didn't shoot if he felt that somebody was in danger.
Right. Well, he was trying to get into the vehicle.
He was trying to get
At
her
that
out
moment.
of the vehicle. Right.
So, and another thing I find interesting too is considering like collateral damage. If you think about it, her wife is trying to get into the passenger side as this whole thing's going on. And one could conceive that if her wife had entered the vehicle, she potentially would have been struck by those bullets too. And so the driver, in that instance, could be perceived to be taking off in order to protect her partner from actually entering the vehicle as the gun was already drawn on her.
How many videos did you see?
Well, we just watched a compilation of like 4 of them. I've watched, probably half a dozen or so, I think.
Because my perception from watching the videos is that her wife did enter the vehicle and that she did tell her to run the federal agent over, saying, "Drive, baby, drive."
Yeah, it looks like she opens the door, and as she's opening the door about to get in the vehicle is when the agent draws the gun. And that's when she yells, "Drive, baby, drive."
Okay, so the woman changes from reverse gear into drive and starts spinning her front tires to drive over the agent. And then he pulls his vehicle, and her wife isn't in the vehicle yet?
Right, she had just opened the door.
Okay. So why was she trying to drive away knowing that she was putting her wife in danger?
Well, I don't think she knew it, right? Because she's looking at the officer who's trying to open the door. She didn't see the officer on the front.
Well, actually,
when he drew his gun.
If you see the video, she's looking straight at him, trying to mow him down, and then he draws his gun. He doesn't do it until after she changes from reverse into forward and begins spinning her front vehicles, trying to mow him down.
We can look it up again. I mean, just from the... Let's see. Find the original video. Oh, now it's not showing up.
And I have heard so many different nonsensical arguments. Oh, he shouldn't step in front of a moving vehicle. Well, as he approached the vehicle, the one in the front, it was stationary at the time that he approached to assist the other officer. So he wasn't stepping in front of a moving vehicle.
Well, no, I mean, but he walked fully around the vehicle filming it. And he went to evidently engage with the woman's wife, right? So she's the one standing on the other side of the vehicle. He goes around and exchanges words with her.
Right.
As he's filming.
She says some rude things to him and then tells him to go eat lunch. And then I thought that's when she got in the vehicle. And in this video, isn't she in the passenger seat right there?
No, she never gets back in the vehicle, as far as I know. Let's see if this is going to be the original.
Overnight, new clashes between...
Oh, no, this is another one that took place. This isn't the original.
So what would have been the appropriate thing for her to do after she had been committing these crimes and the police ordered her out of her vehicle?
Well, I mean, yeah, so I'm going to say, from a... So under normal circumstances, the correct thing to do is to exit your vehicle when ordered by law enforcement and argue later in court.
Mm-hmm.
I do think we've got we have extenuating circumstances here, right? That
what are they?
Whether or not, well, So whether or not we agree that the actions of this agency are lawful, whether our form of protest is legitimate, and like how far that goes. So I think bringing your vehicle to a protest is probably, not the thing to do in any case. You want you want to leave your vehicle elsewhere if you're going to participate in anything like this. But I do think that there are legitimate reasons for citizens to stop government agents who are acting under what we would consider to be unlawful or unconstitutional order.
I have
and
no
to try to
problem
obstruct
with
that. Okay.
But you're calling this a protest. It's one thing if you got like a sign and you're saying something while on a public land, like around the sidewalk or the curtilage, alongside the road. But do you think that committing a crime is the way to do a protest for people who are when you're advocating for breaking the law and you're trying to harm those who are obeying the law?
Well, I mean, I think so. There's two things there. Is that one is that an act of protest might be to impede the free movement of of agents. Again, if you believe that their acts are unlawful and unconstitutional.
I agree.
So I think that could be a legitimate form of protest. I also think it might be our responsibility as citizens. So it's like no dictator's going to stop doing what he's doing unless you throw him out of power. And so that's kind of like the same with what we're dealing with here, right? Like,
so hold on, you said a dictator. See, it gets me when people say these things. You say a dictator. So if someone enforces the laws that a Democrat Congress has passed, that makes them a dictator?
No, I was using dictator as an example.
But if it's not appropriate to this situation, we don't need an example of, something in another country.
Well, I'm just using any general example of it as an abuse or overreach of power.
But it's not appropriate for here because there was no abuse or overreach of power. This is someone who is involved in a criminal conspiracy. Her and her wife have both admitted it. They were there specifically to antagonize and impede federal agents conducting their lawful duties, which is a federal crime. They refused to exit the vehicle when ordered, and they tried to flee the scene, when they were told to exit the vehicle because they didn't want to face the consequences of their criminal activity. I've got no problem with them breaking the law as a form of protest, but you have to be accountable for those actions.
See, now I think, so it shifts the other way, right? We already have, so if you're going to say, okay, you want to charge, well, you can't charge the deceased, obviously, you could charge the partner with a crime, fine, you've got that aspect of it. Now, at what point does ICE have to legitimize its operations in that area?
It already is legitimized. What do you mean? You need to prove that they're not legitimate because I can just go to the statutes that Democratic Congresses have put on the books, and they were just simply enforcing those laws. In fact, it would be a crime for them not to enforce the laws that Democratic Congresses have, put on the books.
What specific law are we referring to?
That if people come into this country illegally and that they don't have a right to be here, they need to attend their hearings, and if they refuse to do that, and there are deportation orders, then they get deported. And
they're arresting people. Wait. They're arresting people outside of their immigration hearings before they give them a chance to go in.
Have they already violated the law?
I don't know.
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I don't know each specific case. Clearly, this isn't an immigration hearing that we're discussing. And you're saying that they need to prove that what they are doing on this day at this time was legal. So,
right. So even according to their own thing here, it's like, so ICE officers can initiate consensual encounters and speak with people briefly detain aliens when they have reasonable suspicion that the aliens are illegally present in the U.S. Arrest people they believe are illegal aliens. So all of these pertain to illegal aliens.
No, consensual encounters with U.S. citizens are not aliens.
It doesn't say U.S. citizens. It says, well, it says they can initiate consensual encounters and speak with people.
Yes, any.
But everything else pertains to aliens. Briefly, this is on their, according to their FAQ.
Okay, FAQ isn't the law. Those aren't the statutes. They're just sort of a brief synopsis of some of the stuff that they do.
But I'm saying, according to their own description of what they do.
Okay. Again,
so they're not.
If I ask a heart surgeon what he does, and he says, well, basically, I cut open your chest, pull out your heart, and stick somebody else's in. And I said, oh, but you didn't say anything about suturing. Well, yeah, but you probably need a suture once you put the new person's heart in. I'm saying that a FAQ is just that. It is a very brief, not at all exhaustive or technical explanation of what's going on. This was probably written by some English major that they hired from outside the agency, or maybe they're a new hire within the agency. But these are not, immigration professionals that are probably writing the facts. And it really doesn't matter what the facts say, because none of those are binding. The actual statutes are what matter. And the statutes are, if they're within 250 miles of port of entry, they can detain anybody that they want until they determine that they're not involved in the crime. So if Renee would have gone ahead and presented her U.S. passport and said, I'm a U.S. citizen, here's my valid U.S. passport, then they would not have had a right to retain her for an immigration issue. But for some of these other things, they might.
I don't know, and it just doesn't seem like the logical thing to do. If what they're if they're legitimately targeting somebody suspected of being illegal and they're being impeded by these people, why would they not call in other agents to come and deal with these people so that they can go do their jobs?
First off, those other locals aren't federal agents. So they can't just tell them, oh, yeah, we're just going to take over your agency because we're dictators. And we have seen that in California and Minnesota and some of these other states, the governors and mayors and chiefs of police have actively ordered their police not to assist ICE in any way. In fact, I think it was the California Family Care Act that said that they're not allowed to assist federal agents in any way. And we saw in several of the riots where, like in Chicago, where the police were given stand-down orders. And even if federal agents were being aggravated, assaulted, and murdered, the local police were not supposed to go in and assist those agents in any way. So I guess if your argument you feel is legitimate, then you need to be complaining to some of these governors and mayors. Why are they preventing the local police from doing their job?
Well, I mean, I think that's, it's telling to whether or not the communities actually want these federal agents to be doing what they're doing, because obviously they don't in that case, right?
So now your argument is that a local town can decide what the federal government can and can't enforce in its laws. Because that's a reversal of what you just previously stated.
Well, I mean, I think so. If they're not getting assisted from local law enforcement, they could still appeal to, say, like the FBI or something like that.
Actually, the Supreme Court said the U.S. Marines.
Right. Yeah, I know they're now doing that.
Yeah. And you can thank the governors of California, Illinois, and some of these other blue governors, because they're the ones that said, oh, no, National Guard isn't enough. We actually want, Delta Force and U.S. Marines deciding, going through the streets.
I think it's all crazy. I just wanted to, so I did a little fact checking here. And so the thing you're thinking of apparently is, so it says Customs and Border Protection has broad warrantless search and stop powers within 100 miles of borders or coasts. ICE can operate anywhere but focuses on interior enforcement, and can detain anyone suspected of being undocumented anywhere in the U.S. So ICE's power actually isn't limited, but what you're thinking of is the Customs and Border Protection that has warrantless search and stop powers within 100 miles of that border crossing.
Thank you. So yeah, apparently ICE has unlimited, so they can go anywhere.
But again, it's anyone suspected of being undocumented.
No.
So it doesn't say anything about other crimes.
No. First off, undocumented, I'm not sure if that even has any legal force of anything under federal law. It's not people who are undocumented, it's people who are here illegally. If they simply don't have their documents, we're more than happy to get them to their embassy so they can get new documents. I mean, because if they're undocumented, then that means that they've already gotten a visa from the U.S. State Department to enter the United States, and they've got the passport from their home country.
And it looks to me, just from what I'm seeing here, it looks like the ACLU is already challenging this 100-mile rule.
That's great. I'm happy that they do. That's why we need a strong, group like that.
But they claim we still have our Fourth Amendment protections.
And they do still have Fourth Amendment protections. 4th, 5th, and 6th. But that might not turn out the way that people think, though, because they can't be released if they are, choose not to reveal who they are. But again, we're talking about this particular incident. So they did have a right to be there. They were enforcing U.S. law that the Congress, not a dictator, implemented. So again, what did they do wrong? I know several things she did wrong. Even if she felt she was in the right, she still was breaking laws. And again, if I'm in a protest by breaking laws and committing felonies, then I need to have my voice heard in court, not attempt to murder the agents that I'm encouraging to arrest me.
Well, she did start off by saying, I'm not mad at you and all of that. So she appeared to try to defuse the situation as they were coming at her car already, but...
Renee said that she's not mad at him?
Yeah, that's how the whole thing started out.
Well, that's very nice that she's not mad, but she is committing a crime. They're not there because of how she feels about them. I mean, she could be mad as she wants. That's not a felony. But, all these other things that she was doing were definitely felonies or other crimes, other related offenses.
Yeah, I mean, I think obstructing the roadway is relatively minor in terms of criminal activity, right? Now, I mean, we'd say that maybe she's interfering with their investigation or she's impeding their movement, right? Yes. But they had other recourse to leave the area. It's not like they had a...
Hold on. The ICE agents had recourse to leave the area?
Right.
So if I'm robbing a bank and I see a cop, then his job is to run out of the bank because otherwise I have a right to kill him?
No. But I'm saying if a cop came along and you were blocking the roadway, their first instinct would not be to rush your vehicle and pull you out of it. Like if any regular law enforcement agent saw a vehicle partially obstructing the roadway like that.
Hold on, but that wasn't what they were there for. First off, they were not enforcing traffic law. They were there because of she was impeding, her and her wife were impeding lawful operations. And so that was...
Well, in what other way other than partially obstructing that roadway were they impeding them?
I don't know. That's enough. Just the fact that they were blocking ICE agents' vehicles is enough. I mean, that's unlawful restraint of a law enforcement agent, which is one step below kidnapping. So yes, just her blocking the road. I don't think that they were there to write her a ticket for blocking the road, which I don't know what Minnesota law here, it would be a Class B misdemeanor. It's not that serious. And usually you pay a fine and get a suspended jail sentence of a couple of months or something. But that's not what she chose to do. She could have handed her U.S. passport and said, I'm a U.S. citizen. Here are my documents. She chose not to, which is her right not to. No problem. But then to try to murder one of them, because she didn't want to face the consequences of her criminal activity, that was the problem. And that's why she got shot.
Well, I mean, I do disagree with that from everything I've seen. I don't think she was trying to run him down. If she was
Her intent is
doing
irrelevant.
that, she wouldn't have cocked the wheels to the side.
Okay. If you watch my video, her intent is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Even if her foot slipped and hit the accelerator and it was totally an accident, she didn't mean to at all, she still failed to control her vehicle. And failing to control your vehicle and threatening and endangering his life, which is what happened, is all that matters. And like I said, I did a 50% speed, comment by comment, and he wasn't looking down at her wheels. He was looking at her face. That's where we're trained to look. Even in football, I was trained to look at a person's eyes, not their shoulders or their hips, to determine where they're going to go. And I can get into that, but anyway, so he was laser focused on her. I don't think that he could have told you if there was somebody in the passenger seat or what color head covering his fellow agent was wearing, because he would have been hyper focused just on her face. And she looked at him, saw him there, and when she changed her gear from back up to forward and began accelerating, spinning her front wheels, they were pointed first left and then forward. It was only
Well, wait.
it was only after she was about to strike him that she started turning him to the right.
But you just gave us two conflicting views, because one says he was looking directly in her face, and the other says that he would have known that those front wheels were starting to spin. So
No, I didn't say that he would know that. I said that I saw that what was happening, and so it doesn't matter if she intended for her wheels to spin, that they did start spinning before she turned them to the right. But all that he would know is she was stationary. Now she's driving toward me. I'm about to be hit. The road is slick. I can't get out of the way by running. And so I'm probably going to get hit. He apparently did try to move his right leg out of the way. But before he was able to move his left leg, she clipped him with her vehicle. And I doubt that he has some sort of a PhD in physics where he would know. There's a lawyer that did a great breakdown on that. On all that he had to know is she was moving toward him. She was reasonably likely to strike him. And so he took the appropriate action.
So just on a general protocol speaking, would it ever make sense for law enforcement to place themselves in front of a vehicle that they knew to be with the ignition running, that could potentially be a flight risk or not, right? But would they ever position themselves directly in front of that vehicle?
Yes.
Why?
Because he was going to the other agent's aid. The other agent was trying to help her exit her vehicle, so he was going over to that agent to assist, or to at least be close enough by he could see what was going on and be able to assist if the guy needed it. Again, up to that point, she had only gone backward. He had no reason to fear her going forward. Second, if there was 8 of them, they could have completely surrounded the vehicle, and then there would have been one on every side. And yes, that does happen, and that would be appropriate, because it is your professional presence that you're using to prevent her from fleeing the scene.
All right. And the other thing to me was that agent is so focused, yet he's continues holding his phone. He never drops the phone, even as he's allegedly struck by the vehicle and then fires the shots.
Right? I'm pretty sure I know where you got that line from.
Well, I think I'm probably cribbing from David Pakman or something, but
Oh, okay. I got it from I think his name was Legal Eagle. I saw it on the on the side of your video, because I watched that guy's video too. But so what, you think that the fact that he chose to properly document his actions, his lawful actions, is somehow a something that prevents him from defending his life?
No, I'm just saying it seems to contradict the whole uh, the idea that he was in imminent fear for his life, right? Like
Well,
if he
okay,
believed his life was in danger, then he would have taken steps to get out of that danger, right? By
actually, I didn't hear the very last thing you said before I said I was reading the chat. But
yeah, I
no,
wanted to.
but no. First off, people say fear. Actually, your mental state isn't really important. It's would a reasonable law enforcement officer in that situation have reason to believe that her actions would lead to him suffering grievous bodily injury or whatever by being struck by that vehicle? And their answer is yes. If his legs would have gone out from under him, like if he had tried to run away or if he slipped when she first hit him, he could have fallen down on the ice and she could have run over him. That's a grievous bodily injury, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. If the car rolled over certain portions of his body, like his torso or his head, it would have killed him. So yes, he had every reason to shoot.
All right. I wanted to say hi to people in chat. We didn't say hi to Captain Des. Dave, good to see you. And Sandy said she had to go, but thanks for stopping by. My awesome life says no one deserves to lose their life over this. I do think it's senseless in any case, like just the death and the circumstances surrounding it. So,
can I rephrase that just a bit? Instead of lose their life, no one should be throwing away their life in order to protect people that are committing crimes. I would agree. If she didn't lose it, she set up a situation where it would happen.
I do want to address Togg's statements here because I have heard other people theorize this as well, saying it was staged by ICE. It was a show of force to the American public. And why would he need his phone if he's on the job? Well, I mean, let's say obviously you would have your phone for professional use, but I'm wondering why these guys aren't wearing body cams and why he is recording on his phone at the time. It doesn't seem to be like the most practical thing to do in this situation.
You want the answer?
Sure.
Okay. The federal government has taken a completely different stance compared to most state governments. In Texas, body cams are mandated, but there are various reasons, just like they still don't tape interviews with suspects. They just write down notes on a FBI Form 202 afterward. That's part of the reason why they do it with the body cams. And I this is something I've got a problem with. I wish that all federal agents were required to wear body cams and that the footage got uploaded at the end of every shift to a public server where anybody could access it. But I think it is because they want to control the narrative and they want to be able to do a thorough investigation before the information gets leaked. But I think that because the feds refuse to fund the body cameras to the agents that want them, they have to now use their cell phones to video, what actually happened, just to prove that they didn't do anything wrong, because so many lies are being told about them.
Well, I mean, but there's nothing prohibiting them from having their own body cams, right? If they could wear their own body cams if they chose to, then the agents would have to pay for them themselves.
I don't know, honestly. I know back when I was still a deputy, we could not purchase our own body cams and put it on us. That would be considered agency property at that point. So basically, you'd just be forfeiting your own property.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know it's obviously going to be different for for public service, but like in within our agency doing security, like you can have your own body cam, but anything that's captured on there when you're on duty is property of the company and it's subject to an NDA, right? So
okay. Well, that would be a commercial policy, but like I said, for a state agency, they're going to say no. If you're going to wear that as part of your uniform, we now own that, and we can give it to whoever we want. So as soon as you clip on the body cam the first day, maybe it goes to somebody else the next day. It's no longer yours.
Interesting. Oh, what's up? I see Big John Level down there. Hello, John. And Tog said she did have the right to forfeit her life. Well, so it is martyrdom, right? That's like modern day martyrdom, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think she anticipated being shot in that moment, though. I really don't think that was where she was going with that.
Do you think that if her idea was to go down and do all this and then try to run over a federal agent, that that's something that she could have reasonably foreseen as a possibility?
So again, I don't believe it was her intent to run him down. I do think
I
she
agree.
was intending to flee. That's what it appears to me. Like she thought that her partner was going to jump in and they were going to speed off, and ICE wasn't going to do anything to them. I think that was
I
that was
agree.
their thought process.
I agree. That was their intent, but that wasn't my question. Before she went down and committed this criminal conspiracy against federal agents, could she have foreseen that if I block traffic and impede a federal investigation, and I know that they have every lawful not only right but duty to perform these actions, and I want to commit this group of crimes in order to prevent them from following the law, and then for some who knows what kind of situation, I accidentally run over a federal agent. Does she think that maybe that would be foreseeable that they may try to defend themselves? I mean, they are armed federal officers, right?
Yeah, I mean, so putting myself in that situation, I probably wouldn't anticipate it to escalate that way. Um, so and I would think as a citizen, you more expect that if you are caught, you'll probably be, face some imprisonment, right? Which at that point you would consider yourself to be a political prisoner. You don't see yourself as going out and committing criminal acts, right? Somebody in that situation is a political dissident, and so essentially they're, you're going to be in prison for preventing what you perceive as injustice, right? Which isn't
Right.
the same as going out and intentionally committing harm to another person.
Well, again, I don't know why you're bringing up these side issues. Committing harm to another person, that's a philosophical point. But the thing is, she knew that I was agreeing with you up until then. She knew that she was going to go out and commit these acts as part of furthering her criminal conspiracy. And if she wanted to be a political prisoner, and then okay, she should have gotten out. Yeah, it's a joke, John Lovell. It's pronouns. But anyway, yeah, she could have done that. If she wanted to be a martyr, then she could have done that. She could have handed her U.S. passport, said, see, I'm a U.S. citizen. Okay, you're ordering me out of my vehicle. I know that the Supreme Court has ruled, over and over about this, that there is no wiggle room. I must exit my vehicle when ordered by law enforcement. And then if she would have been arrested, then she could have had a platform and said, I'm a political prisoner and all that. But she didn't choose to do that. When the time came for her glory, she tried to avoid any responsibility for her own actions and instead try to take another man's life. Now, again, as far as intent, it could go either way. But she set up a system whereby that was a reasonable consequence of her actions. So yeah, if you're going to be a martyr and you want to be a political prisoner, by all means, do it. I actually would honor a person that stood up for what they believed. They were standing up for people's rights, but not if she's going to be doing this, committing crimes, and then thinking that other people have to pay for her bad behavior.
So my awesome life said the officer was so close to the front of the vehicle that if Miss Good was trying to harm the officer, she would have clearly run him over, but she maneuvered and no one was hit.
None of that's
I guess
true.
that's-
First off, how many feet in front of the vehicle was he?
Well, he appeared to be leaning on the vehicle with his waist, which is like even as he comes around the vehicle, you can kind of see he's leaning into it, his legs have cleared the vehicle once she starts to move, but what gets him is the bumper, and it grazes him because he is standing right up against it.
Okay, well,
He appears to be leaning on it.
that's not what happened. I think he was about 5 feet in front of her when she initially began accelerating and began turning her wheels from left to center to right. So he wasn't leaning against the vehicle. She was able to accelerate. You can count, and it's at least half a second, maybe a second, that she accelerates prior to striking him. As far as what part of the bumper or the side panel, I don't know. But she definitely struck him, which the person you just put up there, that he was never hit. Well, that's clearly not the case. But she maneuvered and no one was hit. So if I run you over with my car, you weren't hit, right? And
my friend got hit by a car years ago. His girlfriend actually drove directly at him and tried to run him over, but he, instead of going underneath the vehicle, he flipped up over the hood and flew over the top of the vehicle and was, he had a couple scratches, but he wasn't hurt too bad.
He was very fortunate. I've seen that happen a few times. There was a case of a dentist who ran over her cheating husband, or maybe he was even her ex-husband, I think. And she drove over him, and the tires crushed his thoracic cavity. And then she turned around and ran over him again with his daughter in the car with her as she was driving. And the 17-year-old daughter, was screaming, "Stop, stop, stop." But the thing is, even if he is 5 feet in front of her, which is the best I was able to tell from the perspective, how long do you think it takes to accelerate on an icy road?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that, whether you're gaining traction,
So it takes, you're not going to go 0 to 100 in 5 feet. So it's going to take some time. But the thing is, and again, this was over a week ago that I did my breakdown. In fact, it was the very next day. I said, look at how icy the roads are. And my fear, if I was him, or my concern, I won't use the word fear, my concern would be, if I lose my footing, I can't control where I hit the ground, and her tire could roll over me. Either my legs, my torso, my head. Yes, I have seen the footage many times. I watched it in half motion. It's very clear. He was in front of her, several feet in front of her vehicle. She put the car from reverse into drive and began accelerating. Her front tires began spinning, and then she starts turning those tires from the left to forward and then eventually to the right. But she's already begun spinning her tires before she ever starts turning them. And it's amazing how people can look at something and then just totally claim that what they're seeing isn't what happened because it doesn't fit their narrative.
That's something that's not really clear to me either from what's going on in the video, is why she backs up the vehicle when she does. And the only thing I can imagine is that she had gotten stuck and was trying to regain traction on the road. Is the only reason I could see for her backing up when she did.
If you saw the longer video and from multiple directions, she was there blocking traffic to impede the ICE investigation. She was there, and her wife were harassing the ICE agents, which, okay, if that's what you want to do, that's fine.
Well, they're not the only. There's a number of other people, of other civilians out on the streets as well, right?
I agree. Yeah, there was a bunch of people involved in this criminal conspiracy. But we asked why she backed up. Well, she backed up in order to pull forward and drive away because she got caught with the crimes that she was committing. And instead of facing law enforcement and being responsible for her actions, or even identifying herself as a U.S. citizen, not by just claiming it, but by giving her U.S. passport, she backed up so that she could turn and drive away.
Okay. So we're on the same page there. That's what I saw too.
Yeah, it was a 2-lane road.
So then, again, that just puts it into, for me, for the agent who was there, it would have been, to me, it would have been like common sense not to stand in front of that vehicle if we suspected that she was going to try to flee the area, right? Because she's going to have to drive forward out of there at some point. I mean, maybe he felt like you had said earlier that his presence alone could stop her, but he has to go in there with the understanding that if she floors it, he's in harm's way, right? And he's put himself there
as part of his official duties and the requirements of his office.
All right, I see some more people in the comments. What's up, Spooky Bed here? Good to see you. Big John said it looked like cold-blooded murder to me. And Tog said she was a mother, not a warrior of war. It's not the Klingon way.
Yeah.
It's all make-believe at this point. Oh, yeah. That is Hillary's emails. As well as, now he's changed the channel name to Fact of the Matter. My awesome wife says ICE has such low standard hiring that unpredictable and unprofessional I think dicks, yeah, are being given authority they should never have been given. So it is my understanding, I know they say that they have extensive training and all that, but they did seem to have like a mass recruitment effort just for this this particular point in history, I guess we could say, right?
Because of the unimaginable influx of our previous unlawful government inviting over 20 million people in here illegally to invade the country.
Well, why is it that when Democrats allow waves of immigrants in, it's unlawful and all of this, but like if Trump does it, if Trump wants to let a bunch of South Africans in here, that's acceptable. Was it South Africans, I think?
And, I'm sure the next president could kick them all out. And if they refuse to show up for their deportation hearing, I'm sure that ICE could go and round them all up and do all these same things for them. And if we had mayors and governors that prohibited federal agents from accessing their jails to pick up people that they have detainers for, then I guess if those governors and mayors are going to break the law, personally, I'm just wondering why the governors and mayors haven't been arrested. If it was up to me, they all would have been arrested. You're breaking the law. You know that you're assisting the crime. I mean, I don't know the law as well as a federal prosecutor would, but I'm sure that there's probably a litany of crimes that they're committing. And I would hold their constituents accountable and say, okay, well, if you're going to not follow federal law, then we're not going to fund your terrorism. Tim Walz has gone on and been very proud of his terrorism. He was very proud of driving Tesla stock down by firebombing Tesla, sales places, even though the Minnesota Public Fund is heavily invested in Tesla. So he was bragging about how he was destroying the retirement funds of his own employees.
Well, I mean, if you're going to hold all leaders accountable by that standard, then we would have to hold Trump accountable for January 6th.
I would love that. Yeah. If he said, go forward and you are modern day freedom riders, just like the guys that ran from state to state in order to enroll blacks to vote back in the 1960s. I want you to go over there and peacefully let your voices be heard. Then yeah, I think that we need to hold him to that standard. Is that a crime to say I want you to go over there and peacefully let your peaceful voices be heard?
Well, no, but we're saying that Waltz is responsible for those who firebombed a Tesla distributor or whatever. But did he ever directly encourage anybody to do that?
I didn't say that he is responsible for the firebombing of the Tesla. I said that I think it's particularly funny that he is bragging about, wanting to have the Tesla places firebombed. I'm not saying he's even encouraging them, but he's bragging about them being firebombed and how gleeful he is at the stock price falling, when it's his own public servant, his own public employees in Minnesota, their retirement fund is invested in Tesla. So the idiot is out there bragging about how he's running their retirement fund into the ground. And I'm not saying that's criminal. I'm just saying that, you get what you vote for.
It's interesting, yeah. Like a tangled web, because it may have been a good deal at the time for Minnesotans to invest in that, and now in hindsight, they're kind of gleefully destroying, biting the hand that feeds, so to speak, or whatever.
Exactly. But as far as government officials, Tom DeLay was a representative from south of Houston. He was arrested. He was found not guilty because he didn't do anything wrong. There wasn't any evidence showing he had done anything wrong. But he, suffered that persecution. Our own, I think it was our assistant governor, and I'm not sure if it was the attorney general, but it was, I don't even remember their name, Dan Patrick. So whichever, I think he was our assistant governor. I think both of them, I think it was both our lieutenant governor and our attorney general, both were arrested and faced charges for various things. Dan Patrick, I don't think did anything wrong. I kind of think our attorney general probably did commit some investor fraud for his particular crime, but I'm all for public servants, standing and facing judgment. And personally, police, as it should be, usually get one level of penalty higher than whatever the crime that they commit if they did it in their role as a police officer. So if they commit a Class C felony, they get punished for a Class B. It's aggravated. I think it should be the same for all government officials. When our state legislature runs off to other states whenever there's a law that's going to get voted on that they don't like, and they know that the will of the people is to pass the law, I think that they should be prosecuted. It is a crime. I know that our governor always threatens to do it, but then it never happens.
Well, if that's the case, why not just fire them? Like if they're in dereliction of their duty, just fire them.
Well, I would like that, but under the Texas law, I guess you can't, because they were voted in by the public, so you can't just say we're firing you.
Okay, and do they attempt to impeach those individuals when that happens?
That's a question I wonder also. I don't think that they go after them nearly as hard as they should. Although we have passed a new law saying that if they attempt to fundraise based on their illegal activity, that they can be fined so much for every day, for every occurrence, something like that. But I agree. I think that our governor should be getting tough and saying, if government officials are committing crimes, we're going to go after them with everything that we've got. Forget these little 13-year-olds or 15-year-olds that are committing petty crime. We need to get the people who should have the country's best interest at heart instead of screwing us over. I think that every government official had better be so twistedly clean that they better not even litter or jaywalk. That's what I would like. Hold them to the highest possible standard, and people with lower education or developmentally challenged, cut them the maximum amount of slack. And don't let cops get away with breaking people's violating their rights. I see that all the time. Usually the worst thing that happens is the judge says, well, you can't use that evidence in court. But they broke the law. If a policeman breaks the law and they don't get punished, then what's the point of having the law? I say prosecute every last one of them.
Yeah, I also think, on that note, that it should be, I think it should be more prohibitive to when police officers can lie to individuals. 'Cause I understand why sometimes it's useful and necessary within certain investigations, but I don't think I'm just using that and just saying, well, cops can just always lie to you, but you can never lie to the cops, right? And if you get caught, right, then that's an additional charge. But the police officer doesn't face that same scrutiny.
Actually, just lying itself, I can't speak for every state, but here, just lying itself isn't enough. It has to be material to the investigation. But the
Okay.
best thing is just don't answer anything. If any cop wants to talk to you, I'm invoking my rights, especially my 4th, 5th, and 6th, and then do not say anything else. No matter what they say, just this is not a consensual encounter. I am not talking to you. Am I free to leave?
Right.
Because as soon as you answer anything, the courts have held that that's now a consensual encounter and you're agreeing to talk to them. But you didn't approach them, they came up to you. And I agree, if a guy with a gun on his hip comes up and starts asking you questions, just that in and of itself is intimidating. They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Back here in the comments, Spooky said they weren't empowered to stop American citizens. And yeah, so I
That's
mean, I
actually not
agree,
true,
but
though. They are empowered. You read it yourself earlier. They are empowered to stop U.S. citizens. Now, they aren't allowed to arrest them, but you can have an investigative detention. Have you seen this? What about that? Now, but if the person establishes the fact that they're a U.S. citizen and says, "Here's my valid U.S. passport," then they can't be arrested for not being a citizen. But yeah, you most definitely can be detained for questioning, and then you just refuse to answer any questions, and then they're going to have to release you because they're not getting anything.
right. And then Spooky also said, did the bumper graze him? I'll have to look out for that. Yeah, we have a little bit of disagreement there because we've watched the video. We both watched the video, and I think he's a lot closer to the vehicle, and Hillary's does not. So, I mean, we'll review it again. But whatever the case, as the vehicle, moves forward, whether he gets bumped by the vehicle or jumps back, however that takes place, is kind of the issue that's up in the air there. So obviously he claims he was struck by the vehicle, but I think the video is kind of leaves that a little bit ambiguous. And then Tog said he gets tapped with the vehicle, but a woman was driving, so understandable.
Yeah. Well, if we could see any photos of him, like if he's got massive pelvic bruising or something, then that would definitely bolster his claim. But I also understand that in medical privacy, he's not required to waive that either.
Yeah. But, I mean, for any law enforcement agent, I think leaving the scene of that event was the wrong thing to do, right? Like, you had to stay there and...
Did he leave the scene?
That's what it appears to show. It appears to
No,
show him getting
no.
into their truck and leaving.
No, he extricated himself from being right there because, and I think it was John Homan came out and talked about this, and I know other people have, that with most federal agencies, and in fact most agencies period, that after an incident like this, that he is not allowed to render her aid. If other agents are there, they are the ones that are supposed to render aid. He should pull himself back like about 50, 100 feet, whatever, just so that he's not right there. And then he's not supposed to be involved in the investigation, because if he had stayed there, he would have been contaminating the scene. So probably a supervisor or something like that probably told him, "We're going back to the office. I'm going to give you a full debriefing. You're going to write down everything that happened, and while it's fresh in your memory." And so that's probably what happened.
Okay. And My Awesome Life said I've been run over and hit the front windshield. I didn't even know that. You'll have to tell me that story sometime.
I actually was nearly run over by a tow truck driver that was illegally towing a vehicle away from an apartment complex. And I stood in front of the vehicle, prohibited him from leaving, and he tried to run me down. And my finger kind of got caught on the front because I tried to, push myself away from it, and I almost got, run over. So I can understand, and I was very heated, very, very heated in my response to that guy.
I can imagine, yeah. Apparently we've got a lot of criminals in the chat.
Oh, I wanted to answer that too. And that's another thing, a problem that I have with American law. Yes, read Alan Dershowitz's. I think everyone should read Alan Dershowitz's 4 felonies by lunch or 4 felonies a day, whatever the book's called. There are so many contradictory laws in the U.S. that in order to follow the law, you have to break other laws. So yes, they're doing the same thing that all totalitarian, authoritarian governments do, and that's trying to criminalize all behaviors so that we're all criminals and none of us have any rights. And I have a huge problem with that. I think we should, anytime that we write a new law, we should have to take 2 more off the books. And I think every 20 years that every law should be reviewed to see if it should still be there or not. Because there are a lot of stupid laws still out there, whether they're being enforced or not. And as long as they're still in the books, a jerk prosecutor can always prosecute you for it, and you're stuck.
Right. Yeah, and I think there's what, like, is that rule that they, it's not sundowning, it's something like that, right? Where if they don't go in after a certain period, then it stays on the books, but it's not considered to be like enforceable. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's basically right. Because it is so blatantly unconstitutional, and it's been ruled unconstitutional by the courts, that if the prosecutor ever tried to enforce it, the judge should throw it out immediately. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, at the probable cause hearing, the judge should probably be throwing a lot of these out. And I will say something
Right.
good about Houston. We do have some judges that if the police do not meet the standard for probable cause, they do release people without making them pay any bail, at the very first appearance. So, and I guess some other states are doing that too, have good judges that say, you know what, we're tired of the police getting away with just breaking the law as much as they want, and the populace suffering for it. So, yes, Houston is a very big city.
I've never been. It's on my bucket list. Gotta come down to. Well, I stopped in. I stopped in the Dallas airport one time, but that was it.
There's some great parts of Houston, but I would avoid downtown if possible.
All right. Trying to figure out where I'm going next. I've been saving this one for a minute. See, I'm looking through my videos list here.
Somebody said that Trump is no longer able to run a charity in New York State because he was stealing the
Do you
donations.
know Lupin?
Good.
Oh, wait, sorry, what?
Big John Lovell said that Trump can't run a charity anymore in New York State. He was stealing donations. Yeah, I have a huge problem with scam charities, and I think the Clinton Foundation is one that should also be heavily investigated. In fact, one of the constable at the agency that I worked for, he was doing something similar, and he eventually, the way that he got caught, which I don't know how much I even want to go into this, but what he finally got caught for all the crimes that he was committing was he took $90,000 and forged the check saying it was somebody else that had written it. He went and bought lottery tickets with it. And so for forging the check and stealing the $90,000, he had to vacate office, give up his rights to be a peace officer. But he never did any day in jail. He never anything. I don't think he even had to pay bail because he was the sitting constable. And if you knew all the crimes that he committed, I think that was a travesty. And he was laughing in court because he knew it was the good old boy system, And there have been other constables that have done similar things, just using the office for their own betterment. He was not a very
Yeah.
bright guy. And it's funny because he actually came here as an illegal alien too. But that's a different story.
That's terrible. All right. So I want to shift gear a little bit here. We're gonna go scrape the bottom of the barrel. Do you know Lupin?
Oh yes. I know him from Gigi's channel, Gangster Ghost.
Oh yeah. I think Gigi might be on this panel as well. I saved this one, so we're not gonna do the whole thing, but I want to get into this here.
Brown, and also welcome to another special episode of the Wolf Den, brought straight from my mama's basement right here. You can only see a little portion of it. It's pretty good. It's a little dimly lit, but that's how basements be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really ain't got much to talk about. Really, I just want to eat these wings and kind of talk some shit. About
It's basically what he's
multiple
gonna do, yeah.
But thank you, Taco. Damn, he's got the old English, bro. He's going back. He's going back to 2003.
Dude, I stopped buying them when they came out with the shatterproof plastic ones, and then this is like the first glass one I've seen in a minute.
Those are the good ones where you can beat people's ass with. Hold on.
You can kill one with one of these bottles.
Yeah. Where the heck are you, Clay? You still in the Philippines?
Yeah.
With the lady boy.
Spooky said, "Yeah, that's missing Maud's forehead in the background." Yeah, that's gonna become like a main topic of conversation here. So,
Island boy. He's just an island boy. Just trying to make. I'm not sure if that's the Philippines or Thailand. Or Bangkok.
They're Thai. It's Thailand, like Bangkok and Phuket and stuff.
Sometimes it's me. Sometimes it's me on a late Saturday night.
When you're in your mom's basement, like right now, late Saturday night, like nothing to do. What there's a Thai lady boy there.
Yeah, see, I got what Tacos may have missing Maud and her big ass forehead, but I mean, at least I got my mom's basement and a couple lady boys. Bitch, who's a loser now, motherfucker? what a loser! By the way, shout out to Tacos for our wonderful background.
Yeah, thanks for this background tacos too. This personal.
Thank you, Tacos. Look, you might be a fat slob with no life, and that just manipulates other retards into making money. But hey, you did. I mean, it fully covers like Clay's overlay, so it's all good. Thank you, Tacos.
No. Ever show you this weird beer shirt? Isn't that cool?
Dude, yeah.
That's all our favorite beers that we all know and love from Asia.
I'm terrified. I'm kind of terrified to drink this around the world because this dude kind of seems like he just kind of eats his bitch out and then drinks directly from the bottle. You know what I'm saying? And if you saw this fucking Sasquatch, it'd be like, damn, dude, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. But I'm like, the alcohol will kill the syphilis.
Yeah, it would.
John says he reminds me of me.
Yeah, I saw that. And I will compliment Lupin. At least he picked a good-looking guy to fantasize about in his avatar. But this guy looks like the opposite of two lady boys. Like, this guy's kind of buff and athletic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
maybe Lupin's a switch. I don't know.
Hard to say.
Yep.
But still the thought. Especially if he's like that, like got autism or something, maybe he like jizzed in that bottle and shook it up and he's like, here you go, bro. You can have the rest.
I'm going to piss in it and give it back to him.
That'd make me real sus if it was like open.
It is open. And it's halfway full.
Yeah, that'd make me like real suspect, dude.
Nigga, I rub my nuts against the rim of the bottle.
That might be what that guy did.
Well, let's just say I better drink all of it so I don't remember that it ever happened. If I don't remember it happened, then it never happened.
You like my breakfast tacos virtual background that you personally made me?
Shout out breakfast tacos. I mean,
He's so funny.
I like it. I like it because he's like, you know that trick too. Like I hate her ass too. And he's like, breakfast tacos is my best friend. I send him all my money to all my agents. I love breakfast tacos. I'm like, bitch.
Like I just wish when my dad died, I would have known tacos, so I could send him everything. I could have sent him all my inheritance.
Yeah, I wish I could send tacos all my inheritance my dad left me.
Yeah.
Because I miss him so much, and it's what my dad would want me to do. So, I'm eating right now, so Clay's gonna have to take the lead. But
I think Bubblegum should get on here or Tar Baby Yoda, because that would be cool. If this
Bubblegum, have you gotten tired? Have you gotten tired of missing Juan's shit already?
I know. We'll get us simp.
Trolls of the Christian universe, yes.
Quit being a little simp, boy.
Yeah. All the money you send that bitch, dude, you could get like the hottest girl from Asia.
Yeah, I mean, you could be on Jeffrey Epstein's island, get VIP treatment with the amount of money you spend.
I did a sleep stream a while back. That was actually very well received. I don't know what it is about like people, but yeah, I mean it works for some reason. Mine, I also had like some classic horror playing. I think it was Hunchback of Notre Dame or something.
We know you like them young.
I don't think he likes him young if he's spending all his money on Missing Mine.
Yeah.
I think it's the opposite, dude.
He likes them old, dusty.
Yeah, and crusty.
Old, dusty, ran through, beat down from the seat down.
Blown out.
It's just like you open it up and you're just staring into the void.
Yeah.
Bro, the minute that
bitch came from.
The minute that bitch would have said, "Oh, you guys should chew."
But,
you just say pause, yeah.
Like Lupin's doing a little bit of projecting there. I bet you if he'd been over and spread the cheeks, we'd see like we'd be looking into the void. Yeah. All right, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Shoot, hey, bubblegum, shoot out of here.
He's yeah, no, this guy, I think it's all projection, really. Like, he's like one of these people who is so insecure that he has to target other people just to avoid focus on himself.
Right.
But bitch, I put this shoe up in your ass and you can suck my dick. Fuck you, bitch. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? How'd you last that long, bubblegum? Do you have like some kind of weird like abuse fetish or some shit?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The Indians are weird though. Like them Indians are weird, like super rapey.
The Indians have this thing where like every girl I see on Facebook, there'll always be like a random Indian man. And I'll be like, "Oh, baby, you're so beautiful."
Oh, you angel lady. Angel lady, come here, angel lady. I love you. I love you. I want to get to know you. I want to know you better. Come here. I want to taste your teeth.
That's like what they're known for, dude. They're known for that, and then also doing like illegal U-turns.
Doing illegal what?
Illegal U-turns. What?
Illegal U-turns because of that guy that killed those people in Florida.
Oh, okay, yeah. Jeez.
Illegal U-turns in semi-trucks, the Indians.
I thought that was an Asian dude.
No. Well, Indians are Asians, technically, but...
Well, yeah. Like I said, I get, honestly, these wings that I'm having these are some damn good wings, bro. These are crispy as fuck.
Or are they like lemon pepper or something?
It's like confusing the Middle East with the Far East, I guess. It's all the East to them.
Yeah. India is considered the South Asian.
Right, okay.
And that's why most Americans don't even think of India as being part of Asia, but I guess kind of it is. But in India, like, unless you're rich, it is very difficult to find a woman. And there is a lot of guy-on-guy activity, I'll say, all through their school years. So like from teen up to their 20s until they find a woman. So that's why all these Indian guys are always trying to, get up close to, women, because they don't have any experience. They have no idea how to talk to them. They're not allowed to talk to them.
Yeah.
It's not their fault.
My awesome life said, "Why? I'm guessing you're talking about the sleep stream. I just decided to try it one time. Streamers love attention. Yes, we do. Did you kiss them when you're a star? Was that a Trump quote? I think that was. Americans have little comprehension of European and Asian geography. This is true.
True. Very true.
Actually, not even just that, but like I was watching a clip from the Whatever podcast, and they were interviewing one of those cam girls or whatever, and actually there were two of them on this particular panel, and when asked what country is the Panama Canal located in, I think one of them said like Egypt, and the other one said I don't know, some European country or something. Like, it was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Or ask them what country they want to visit, and they say Florida.
The IQ slips another few points. Yeah, we're good. We'll be all right. It's all right. Our president is now concerned with Greenland being a part of Russia or China or something, and there's some geographical nonsense to that as well. So.
No, they're like dry, and the sauce is on the side, so they're like really crispy. And I got
Yeah, they were good.
and it's from my mom cooked it for me, so she made them like real extra crispy, and she gave me also like half.
Oh, he's not lying. He's really at his mom's house. Like, his mom's cooking for him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he could afford to have that nice a place.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't know how old Lupin is, but I imagine it being 20-something. I guess he could be my age.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, here's your lunch, and it's like half a pack of Newports, and it's some wings, and a half a bottle of Crown.
And also, I raided her medicine cabinet too. So I got a little dessert. Mama's little helpers.
Yeah. Tori, baby, Jamie's alive right now, but it was a bunch of like religious people in there, so I left.
Hold on, let me get you up in here. I'm trying to, fool.
Ooh.
Damn, son.
Hey, my eyes are up here.
Hey, they were staring at me first, bitch.
I'm gonna poke an eye out with them. Don't get too close and poke your eyes out.
Got a gorgeous face.
Yeah. Something might be poking out.
Yeah, this is like the last image I had on. I was like on breakfast tacos.
That's Emma Thorne, but that's photoshopped. But yeah,
Okay.
Emma's cutie. Yeah.
And it's like they told me I couldn't have my Nazi imagery on, so I just put this instead, and then they kicked me.
Dude, that's what they always say about me.
You can't have your swastika.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, it's purely historical.
And it was just like a cop out. It was like I was debating some guy. I think it's about morality, and then he just kind of pivots to be me being a Nazi. It's like, the heck. Like, it was an obvious pivot, and then they just kicked me out because they couldn't beat the argument.
Yo, those fools are so retarded. They're like, I'll let you back on the show, but don't say any slurs or homophobic stuff. And then his insult to me is, nah, it's because you gay. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Like, you got full-blown mental age retardation, bro.
Well, that's just like the typical atheist liberal shaming tactic. This is just like emotional appeals, just like to get like, oh, look, it's like just to like make the audience like side with them. Like, look at this horrible person. They're wrong.
You didn't try to talk to your girl, Darth, and be like, maybe don't send him so much of your money, like so much of your fixed income.
Who?
Your ex.
Oh, you talking about Miss Mon?
Yeah.
No, I never given her any money. I never given women money.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about she sends tacos money like all the time.
She sends tacos money?
Yeah, and like super fats and shit.
Nah, I'm pretty sure she sends her like SNAP benefit. She sends her like a portion of her SNAP benefits.
Yeah, she's like, I can't buy you anything, but I can use Walmart to buy you like some food items.
Didn't like Trump kind of ban those already? Kind of made them obsolete.
I don't know.
You can still work around.
Because like
Tar Baby Yoda, you're banned from everywhere. What the fuck? I'm surprised you're not banned from here. You better watch it because you might get banned from here.
I think it would be cool if you joined, and this was the first one ever he joined, and then he could talk shit about all of them.
Yeah, I don't know how this user honestly still exists on YouTube, but I'm like, isn't there? I think they're violating TOS in their handle, but I don't know.
Well, you know the original story of the Tar Baby, don't you?
Who?
The original story of the Tar Baby.
No, wait.
Okay, it's like an Aesop's fable that's from the Caribbean, and they tell a story of Brer Rabbit and how he has different adventures. And in this story, he comes up to this guy that is in the field, and he tries to talk to him. He's just this little black guy, and the guy won't talk to him. So Brer Rabbit keeps trying to talk and be friendly, and the guy won't talk back. So Brer Rabbit keeps getting more and more angry, and eventually he punches Brer Rabbit. But he's literally made out of tar. He's like a doll made out of tar. That's why it's Tar Baby. And then Brer Rabbit gets the tar stuck on, his fist stuck in the baby, and like it's all in his fur, and he can't get rid of it. And so he ends up being a mess and get the tar all over all of his fur. And so it just goes to, don't mess with people. You don't know what's really going on in their day and stuff. I mean, there's different morals you can take from it, but this was like a Creole, island folk story about not messing with people.
Got you. But then, I mean, it does. I mean, it gets taken up later as like a racist trope, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
You know what? A boob reveal. Reveal your boobs.
If Joy's cammed up, it's fucking missing mod. I got you on.
Cheers to maybe not cum and or piss laced Crown Royal. See, this is the bottle he gave me.
It's like, I hate this guy. He's an asshole. Blah blah. He gave me an open bottle of liquor that's half gone.
I know. It's just like,
what if you fucking die? There's like fentanyl in it. He's like, fuck this dude, he's an asshole. I'm gonna put 2 grams of fentanyl in this bottle.
I mean, to be honest, if that meant
sounds about right.
I mean, if he's bragging that he's drinking something that maybe have cum and piss mixed in it, is fentanyl really that much worse?
Yeah. He's like, well, at least if it's cum and piss, I probably won't die, but yeah.
Not having to ever listen to Missing Mod ever again, he might be the coolest nigga I've ever met. Yeah. I'll be like, dude, you did me a total solid because I was too much of a pussy to do it myself. No.
What'd you do for Thanksgiving? What are you thankful for?
Oh, man, dude, I'm thankful for life. I'm thankful for Missing Mod's big-ass forehead. I just want to give it a big-ass smooch. She's gonna be like, "Oh no, he's trying to sexually harass me."
Oh, he's like a little boy. He like secretly has a crush on her, but he's like he's got to make fun of her to
Yep. She doesn't return my love, so I'm gonna pick something to make fun of.
Right.
Let me go.
I don't get that. Like simping for like cougars, because like she's in a grandma now, so she's in GILF territory. Like MILFs I totally get. GILFs. I'm too young for that.
I mean, like I said, I'd hit it, but my standards aren't really that high. And honestly, I probably have to like double. I don't know. I'd like have to put duct tape around her mouth at least 10 times with a bag over her head.
I don't know. I don't get simping for like older women. It's a whole like, if I'm gonna simp for a girl like on YouTube, it's gonna be a hot one. Like, you guys know Dempsey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I simp for that.
Who?
So
Dempsey?
You simp for like a Terry Strange.
Hell no. Sorry, Terry.
I simp for Terry Strange's intellect. All right, okay. Because I think she is pretty smart. I think.
Oh, and I see. My awesome life. If you're talking about Darth at the bottom there, that is a photoshopped image of Emma Thorne. She does not have a chest like that. I mean, she's nice, but yeah, those are fake.
She is pretty smart, and she is one.
I don't simp for any other hoes.
But other than that, I ain't simping for no bitches.
I mean, I'm out here simping for Emma Thorne right now. So.
I don't ever trip over a bitch unless you
Have you ever actually talked to her?
I tried to. I tried to get Atheist Junior to like give me her number. He wouldn't do it, son of a bitch.
God, what a total. I mean, bro, that was a mistake on your end. I mean, bro, you went to like the ultimate cock blocker.
I know, right?
What
I did it myself.
What were you thinking? That is all you.
Yeah, I shot myself in the butt.
You know who could give you her number, dude? Is Gangster Ghost.
I don't want him asking me questions.
You just gotta be like, hey man, Mystic Mod, I forgot her number, and she told me I could get it from you. And then he'll be like, okay, here it is.
All right, I'm down to the carrots. I don't do too much of the celery, but do you guys eat the celery and the carrots whenever you get buffalo wings?
Yeah,
only if you got the ranch. You get the ranch?
No, I got blue cheese, man. What's wrong with you?
I always get blue cheese too, and I dip the celery in the blue cheese.
No, I haven't tried blue cheese.
These were like
So good. It's like ranch for adults.
it's like X-rated. It's like X-rated ranch that you meet in a dark alleyway.
Yeah.
Because it kind of got like that little funk with you, and it's like this
It's
is
like
gonna fuck
superior
me
though.
up.
It's like ranch with a little funk in it.
Sorry.
Are you smelling the cheese right now?
Man,
Are you taking like a big whiff of the cheese? It sounds like a whiff of the cheese.
I mean, it is pungent. Hands of Seed wants to know what is 31 Atlas.
You know, ranch dressing can go bad. I wonder if that's what's happened here. The cream is turned, yeah.
It's like an object in space coming towards Earth.
I was like Nibiru.
No, I was thinking more like
Like a
missing
giant
Mon's.
object, but it's not gonna hit Earth. It's just like gonna come close, I guess.
Nah,
I thought it was missing Mon's forehead.
blue balls again. Him is in the sword.
I don't think it's big enough. I don't think Atlas is big enough.
She just like looks down, and then like Atlas shows up.
And if it does hit, it'll just like it'll just shatter because there's nothing in there. It's just like a giant cone head with nothing in there.
Yeah.
So I was talking with this dude. We are trying to make everything kind of cool.
Who are you talking with?
Just somebody that I know. They kind of threw me under the bus, and I knew he was doing.
My awesome life said blue cheese is made from blue cave mold. Is that true?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, that's what the blue veins are.
Oh, all right. Learn something new every day. I thought they just did it like in the vat that way or something.
That's how a lot of cheeses are made. Is they just put it in the mold, and then they leave them like open in caves to let them age.
Huh. Okay.
Because it's a stable environment and stable moisture. So.
Right. And it's like live active bacteria or live active cultures or whatever.
Right. From one certain amount of cave. Well, I know what you mean. It's from one region where that mold is in the caves.
Okay.
Because if I'm in an environment, I know how to read runes really well. You know, I know how. Okay, I gotta be professional here. You know, and then I can take it down a notch. And then if some people are like, "Oh yeah,"
Talking about Andrew Tate. Did Andrew Tate throw you under the bus?
No,
Okay.
he was just driving the bus with a whole bunch of underage chicks.
Well, you know, if you want the virgin, you have to go lower now. It's just how it is, man.
Yeah.
Just like how Muhammad wanted it.
Hey, it's what God said, okay? We don't judge right here. We listen, we don't judge.
That's just the gayest shit ever.
Do you know Turned Up Tony, the YouTuber?
Two turn Tony?
Yeah, Two Turn Tony.
Yeah, no,
You ever seen his like we listen, we don't judge shorts?
probably.
Yeah, you gotta watch him to get what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Does he do porn? Or,
He did one, I believe. Of course, I didn't watch it because I'm not gonna watch his dick. It's like he's a bro.
yeah, that's not what you're saying in private chat. But what stays in private chat just stays in private chat.
Hey, damn it, Lupin, you were supposed to keep that in private chat, man.
He's saying my dick is browner than his, and it looks like a kumquat. I don't know what that means. But
It's like a very small citrus fruit.
I know
It's like
a
an
kumquat-
orange. Kumquats are like oranges, but they're like the size of a grape.
Oh, okay. Like, what the heck is that?
The good thing is, Darth, that there is. I mean, if you look at my avatar, I used to be white, and a male, but now I'm the number one black
Peak athlete right there.
peak transgender black female male athlete who's also Jewish. So
You know, it's all in the genes, man. You got those transgender genes, trans athletic genes. Can't beat them.
they just decide to switch whenever they feel like it's convenient.
Just switch off the genes for like male and gender. That's how it works. You just switch
Yeah.
them off. If you want to be a female, you just switch off the penis gene. There you go.
You just snip it off. That's all it
I mean, I would probably respect you more if you just snipped it off. Put some effort into it. Quit being so fucking lazy.
Like you gotta snip it off, like no anesthesia and no painkiller. You gotta bite down you gotta bite down on the foreskin.
Hey, Brojo, good to see you. Well, right now they're doing some transphobic commentary. And yeah, I mean, generally misinformed because it's not the genes, it's hormones. But yeah, they're bullshit and they're talking shit. So yeah, I was watching a bit of this. They're gonna go back at missing mod again, I think. But yeah, we're just kind of listening for the the commentary here. Welcome to join. Links pinned at the top.
While they cut it off, like the olden days.
You gotta call a Jewish rabbi to come in there.
Put some whiskey on it.
No, he'll put his mouth on it. Make sure they suck the blood out. So you gotta suck the blood.
Try not to come. That's the number one try not to come challenge right there. The rabbi like comes in the room like, I can make you come within 1 minute, and he just bites down on your dick.
Good lord. Is that the Yiddish version of what they call coming? You know, I mean, what are you trying to do to me? Literally, that's kind of what they do. I don't know why. That's kind of a strange tradition.
Well, you know, I was that's why I was debating a guy.
Tell me about you whenever you had your experience with the Jewish rabbi, please.
Well, that was personal. He was my favorite. He was my first. Called him Rabbi.
So was your kumquat dick. So hey, now that's all out in the open. You might as well open up all the way.
Like they called him Rabbi Soft Hands. He had real nice soft hands.
He had an even softer mouth.
It was quite gummy. He had no teeth, so it took him a couple of tries.
Those are the best ones. So what have you been up to? What you been up to, Darth? I haven't even seen you. Are you wasting your ass at Taco's time, like Taco's retard channel, or what? You might be the smartest person over there, to be honest with you.
I honestly do think so. I think these people, like, most of them are fucking retarded.
Which says a lot, because you are like beyond retarded.
I am not the smartest person in the world, but god geez, these people make me look like fucking Tesla. I mean, not Tesla, freaking Nikola Tesla.
Like Elon Musk?
Yeah, I was gonna say Elon Musk, but I'm gonna settle on Tesla.
He's a goon, dude.
Who's a goon?
All of them. It's like they're so intelligent, but they haven't figured out how to support themselves.
Which one? Who are we talking
figured out
about?
how to do anything to make money.
Who are we talking about? They know how to give their money away.
Breakfast tacos and them guys.
Yo, who in their right mind is?
I feel like they all have autism, but then they have one that's like past autistic and like a full-on retard, and he's got a flag for his background at all times, and he gets all hyped up and crazy. You know who I'm talking about?
Leo.
I don't know. He's got an American flag.
Yeah, it's Leo, but he's the biggest commie you'll ever meet.
He's a black Jewish commie.
Gosh, dang, he's probably
waving an American flag.
He's probably gay and autistic and slightly retarded too. So he's playing life on difficult, like on extra hard.
Well, I think he might be one of those functional autists.
I think it was Leo was on the other night. He was debating Wi-Fi gospel, and he actually got the audience voted in favor of Wi-Fi gospel. But Leo was making good arguments, but I just don't feel like the proposition was well formed. Whatever it was they were debating on.
Like, he kind of fixate because he does a lot of physics, kind of like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. Kind of like that.
The only physics these people know is the physics of these nuts in their mouth. Okay, that's about as far as their physics knowledge goes. Them niggas don't know physics.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about Leo. He's like a Sheldon Cooper type, but more cringier and more autistic than Sheldon Cooper somehow.
Is it I don't know who Sheldon? What is that from Big Bang or whatever?
Yeah, the Big Bang Theory.
He's the gay guy. That Ryan Murphy movie or show.
Hey, you talking about
It's like a Hollywood show, but it's a Ryan Murphy show.
Ryan Murphy? I don't know who that is.
He's the guy who does American Horror Story and all that, and Glee.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I know Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about Eddie Murphy.
Oh, it's just a series called Hollywood.
And who's the other one? Who's the other Murphy? Like his brother? I think he died.
Yeah.
Charlie Murphy.
Sheldon.
The left
gay guy.
So anyway.
Which, by the way, is one of Chappelle's funniest skits. I would say.
About Missing Mod's forehead. How do you have such an anomaly of a forehead? You have no brain.
Well, I guess it's not. So it's not. So Charlie Murphy is the subject of that one. He's the. It's actually a Rick James skit, right? That's the one I'm thinking of. It's Charlie Murphy. Yeah.
Yep, they're at a party, and Rick James is snorting the good stuff, and then Charlie Murphy comes in. He's strutting, And then he's like, he gets kicked or something. He's like, cocaine's a son of a bitch. No, it's cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's
Yeah, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Yeah.
Because Rick James, like modern day Rick James, comes on and admits, yeah, that all happened.
Yeah.
It was a rough time.
Matter in there. Like, what is going on? Like, how does that happen?
Maybe. I think
she got skull fucked a little too hard a few times.
Oh, I know exactly what happened. Hold up. Let's see. So she was caring for these guys over here, and they just kind of like each time they kind of knocked her head up a couple inches. Just kind of was like hammering it up there, which is strange because it's supposed to go downward, but for her it goes upwards, just like she's got reverse head.
I don't know where that's going.
I don't either.
Maybe that's for the best. And maybe like you'll start thinking about it at night, and then it'll come to you and be like,
I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about Mott's forehead.
I know you want to think about Emma Thorne.
Hell yeah. Put in my basement.
How are you not able to pull that little vampire chick? I mean,
I know, right? This little twink, this little tomboy twink, trying to get in her DMs, but apparently she's like somewhere in England, one of those European countries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm in America.
Well, they got plenty of little Hindis in there over there. I mean, you'll fit right in. She'll probably get you a visa.
Give me a passport too.
Yeah. You just kind of got a sweet talker. So yeah, this dude, he totally ratted me out, bro. This guy that I was contracting with, he was like, everyone is talking about you. Everyone was like, it was just like, who? Like, who? Can you mention like who said anything about me? I should have put, hey, you know what? Tell me their name and their position and what exactly they said, and I guarantee you, he would have came up with nothing because it was all what he saw.
What did they rat about you? Like, did they like leak your address or something?
No. We were working together in the office, and he's like, everyone has noticed that you've been on your phone and everything like that. And I'm like,
one of those motherfuckers. I see.
And I was like, what? What are you talking about? Like, I'm on the phone talking with other coworkers and shit because we have like a teams thing, And
yeah. I was on the phone and it was like a work related. Yeah, I've used that excuse before too. Yeah, for sure. It was like somebody in his office was calling him out for messing around on the job too much.
Mm-hmm. It was all business and stuff like that. But he was like, it's the perception. And then I got a call from like one of my managers who said, you got to worry about the perception of people. And then I was talking to some other people, and they were like, yeah, that dude's not playing with a full deck of cards. I'm like, yeah, no, I can tell.
The perception. So you were doing your work, but this motherfucker's like, I don't like the way it looks like. It looks like you're having fun, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, he's one of them types that like if he's gonna be miserable, you're gonna be miserable with him.
See, that was never me. I was manager for like a little while, and I didn't want to be manager because like I know you can't control people, and then trying to control them just makes it even worse.
But it was stupid. Like, okay, so it was like probably my first day, and he was like, look, I'm not getting paid, any extra to train you or anything like that. It's like, nigga, I'm not asking you to hold my hand and shit, like just show me what I got to do, and then I'm gonna do it. But he just like,
as long as the job gets done, motherfucker, what do you care?
Yeah. And it's like the people that were there, they don't know what the hell we're doing. Like they have no idea what we're doing, like because our jobs are completely different. So it's not like they would know, like what we're doing to say that we're doing something wrong or something like that.
What do you care? Ouch, get some feedback there.
Yeah. So then I went to my mom's basement and I cried a little bit about it. But I got another friend. And I was just like, I was pissed. And I'm like, I was like venting because he was the only one keeping me sane. Because
were you gonna roll up on this motherfucker? Pull it?
No, he was just like, yeah, no, he's not. He told me, he's like, whenever he says that somebody else saw you or something like that, what he's really trying to say is he saw you. Yeah, that's what he noticed. And I'm like, yeah, no, I get that. The dude's probably outside of my door.
My Awesome Life said this is painful. Yeah, welcome to the bro version of the panel verse. There's plenty of chats like this out there.
Probably trying to like listen into my conversation. So
but he followed you home?
Well, no, we have to travel together and shit. So we're kind of in the same hotel in different rooms, but we're pretty close by.
No, he's in the other room, just like trying to hear if like you're jerking off, so he can jerk off with you.
Yeah, he's
It's
like
like
out,
team building.
he's out in the hallway. Just like whenever I step out, there's just gonna be like a pool of semen. I'm like, I'm gonna have to. Can we get some? What is it? Room service here. There's been an oil spill on aisle 5. I need, we need somebody, a hazmat team to come and clear this up.
Oh man, which floor are you in?
I'm on the 5th.
Oh man.
Yep. I'm gonna have to jump out the window to
See,
avoid it.
yeah, you might have to break.
And I did post a link down there in the side chat for the a PDF of the Tar Baby story. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll read it. I don't know.
Your ankles.
Yep. The good thing is I got like some strong calves, so but my ankles, I don't know. Since I'm so overweight, I'm fatter than tacos. I might just end up causing like one of them earth craters. Like one of them like sinkholes.
Yeah, no, those guys are tacos are motherfucking fat. Like one guy was like 225. Holy Jesus, man.
Yeah, no. Talking about the tolerant left. Don't say any gay slurs and say anything like that. And then he goes out and calls me, sorry, I ain't gay. Like it's like you could have fooled me, bro. Like I mean, bro, you pretty gay. You're pretty gay, and he's a loser. By the way, like I said, shout out to tacos for just giving us a gift right here.
So I don't know that straight people can actually defend the rights of gay people to be gay or trans people to be trans. It's like no, you have to be in that camp in order to be supportive of them living whatever life they want to, I guess. Which, yeah, it's a common talking point there.
It's kind of cutting off at the top, but if you see
Discord where he's like,
I thought who made that image? It wasn't Tacos who made that image. It was
B.S. Lewis.
Yeah, B.S. Lewis.
Yeah, Missy Mod, she's so stupid. She's so dumb. She doesn't realize like these people freaking hate you. Like they can't stand you.
Mystic Mod actually made me a really good virtual background. Though.
Well, that's kind of the whole internet, right? We all kind of hate each other.
I don't hate nobody. It's just some of y'all are freaking stupid.
What is going on with that? I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, no, like as far as breakfast tacos, I can't speak for her, but I know I've been over at Missing Mod's channel and, her and BS, they have some friendly sparring, but it is on friendly terms as far as I can tell. Lupin, not so much. She gets more hate from Christians than the atheist community from what I've seen.
Well, plus, I mean, Lupin, I think it really wants to come out of the closet. I mean, he's talking about, he wants these 2 Thai lady boys and he's swallowing, semen and all this. But then he wants to make fun of somebody else about being gay. I mean, just come out. You'll be accepted. It's okay.
Yeah.
True.
I don't really hate anybody. Honestly, some of y'all, and by what I mean is like some of the groups that we hang around with, it's like that is obvious that there is a God because only God can make somebody so freaking stupid. It's almost miraculous, like there is a miracle. You guys are proof that there is a God.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the opposite of most of the arguments for God that we hear. Well, look, you got so many dummies. Obviously, God made them that way. Yeah.
Are you looping? You say you're like 5'4"?
Clay.
I'm 5'9". I thought it was 5'10". I'm fucking short, man. I'm under 6. It's over for me.
I go by the.
I think everyone in here is short, but I'm the tallest.
I go by the imperial system, so I'm about like 37 centimeters.
That's like really tiny, dude. That's like.
Well, I'm the same height as Ben Shapiro, so I can probably take on Ben Shapiro. If
you just said the imperial system.
Yeah, he's got it backward.
Yeah. Okay. I thought so. That's
metric.
Wait. Metric. Okay. Yeah. So that would be not kilometers. That's too big.
No, he said how many centimeters tall he was.
Okay. So he stood. But do they measure In centimeters, or okay, centimeters and then meters, right?
Yeah, but generally, I mean, they just know that a meter is 100 centimeters, so they just say that the number like 1,000, whatever, I guess. Because a centimeter is like a 2.54 centimeters per inch, so it's a little bit more accurate than inches.
Oh no, so it would be centimeter, kilometer, then meter. Okay.
No, kilometer is 1,000 meters. Centimeter is 100th of a meter.
Okay, got it. Shows you how much I use metrics.
There ever is like some sort of like civil war, and then we have like all these factions kind of fight each other. I'm gonna go after Ben Shapiro.
What would you rather have to do, Bubblegum? Eat out Ben Shapiro's sister for an hour?
Oh, that's easy.
Or you get to meet up with Nick Fuentes for.
Oh man, that's a tough one. Now, dang.
Wait,
Eat out Ben Shapiro's sister.
Yeah, no. I need to see a picture here before we can make any.
She's kind of hot, dude. And
She's got nudes. Yeah, like she's got her nudes out there, like on the internet.
You know, it's crazy because like the Jews, they kind of run the porn industry. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Like Ron Jeremy is like a Jewish guy.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because honestly, his dick ain't that big, but he also looks like a fucking troll.
You ever see that video where he's like, red's like Tarzan and then he sucks his own dick?
What the fuck? No, I haven't seen that. No, it's because I know him from like this documentary. Like there's like this Asian chick. That's where I know him from.
I used to watch Ron Jeremy when I was a kid on like the sites like eFucked and stuff. And
no wonder why you're so fucked up in the head.
He looks like a really fat, ugly Mexican.
Yeah, he's like dating a beat with like a massive dong. Yes, dude.
But I think he's got something because I mean, look, okay, all right, let's say I was like 5'3", 5'4". I mean, it would be like 5'2.5" on a good day.
I'm 5'2.5".
Yeah. Oh, are we talking about my penis or my height?
No, your overall height, so 5'2".
Oh, okay, my bad. There was mixed signals there.
Shit.
Yeah. No, sometimes it gets dangerous because whenever I take a piss, I gotta watch out because my tip sometimes touches the water.
Hey, Luke, stop lying, bro.
You never see really tiny IRL.
You need to quit going to the sink.
Everywhere he goes, he's like the smallest guy out of everybody, and he's like,
Mom's like, stop that. Yeah.
No, I'm 5'8". I'm like, okay, dude, Joe Rogan over here, telling everyone he's 5'8".
Hey,
how tall is Joe Rogan? It's like
he's like a midget, dude. But then hold on, I have pics of him. I'm gonna show you.
I like that joke. I like that joke that Theo Vaughn had. He'd be like, "You look like one of them Thanksgiving turkeys that's just wrapped up." Like you look
like tiny. So here's him.
Who's the guy on the left?
That's that Mark Maron. I'm trying to find the one with Alex. I got a pic of Joe Rogan with Alex Jones.
What is he doing?
That's me right there. So I mean, I don't know what these guys say. It's like,
damn,
boy's all squared up.
He's there.
Yeah, sucking in your gut there.
I'm thick. I got the moves.
Oh, he's built like a tree trunk. Punch him. Bam, bam, bam.
Dog, I'm built like a short fridge. Yeah. Hey, can you?
He's got a little doughy belly.
Yeah. Okay.
He's got the doughy belly.
Oh, no. I can give you breakfast tacos.
I got no muscle. I got that dad shit going on now.
You know what you gotta do is give me a second.
See, that would be breakfast tacos if he could get his ass up off the chair. But he can't. He gets like winded.
Dude, he just sounds like fat. Like he sounds like someone who's like really obese.
You gotta take this stuff called epimuscle. It's like a myostatin, like a what's it called? It's like an anti. It's like
the rich man from Richmond guy.
Oh yeah. That dude, he's like a country singer.
Yeah.
That used to be like a heroin addict.
Yeah, so I think those are all like 6 foot plus dudes though. Like Rogan's not huge, but he's not a midget. Like, that's him compared to dudes who are like over 6 foot tall. So yeah. Rogan's probably a little shorter than average.
Who Jesus saved. Amen. And I think one of his favorite verses is like something.
Tiny he is, dude. Wait, I gotta turn my brightness down a little bit. He's just like such a tiny guy. God damn it.
But yeah, I couldn't believe how bad. I can't
Yeah, Rogan is 5'8", so he's the same height as me.
believe how bad I knew this dude was ratting me out, but like some people were telling me like, yeah, just kind of stay away from that dude. But it's kind of difficult because I don't get to really choose who I'm going to be working with.
Oh, so like, did they pair you up with him? Like, you guys have like some sort of teams? Like,
Yeah. So a lot of people have been telling me like this dude ain't playing with like a full deck of cards. You know what I mean?
yeah.
They just was like kind of special.
He's one of the managers said, yeah, he could be a little bit quirky.
Like here, Alex Jones. So that's Alex Jones.
No
God
way.
damn, dude. That's huge.
That's got to be Photoshop.
Yeah, those are Photoshop.
Alex Jones is not very tall.
No. They're doing these to troll him, probably.
Yeah.
No.
No way.
It's like, that's Joe Rogan's so tiny, you guys.
How tall is Joe Rogan? I thought Joe Rogan was like 5'5".
He says he's 5'8", but then when you see him at weigh-ins and shit with people who are like 5'7", he's like significantly shorter.
Okay, I just Googled. It says Alex Jones is 5'10", so that no way. That's a.
On my ID it says I'm 5'5".
Really?
From the waist down.
Damn. I like taller over you.
Maybe, but I'd still bust your lip if you talk some shit.
You pull a missing mod, bust on my lip. That's gross, dude.
Oh, you're gonna have a concussion, man.
You know what you should do? You should like hire a hooker and just ask her like do moaning sounds. Just kind of like fuck with your buddy. It'd be a cool worker.
I'm not gonna lie, like, see,
remember what the Beastie Boys song "Brass Monkey"?
Brass monkey, that funky monkey.
Bring it to the label, and then you fill it the rest of the way with Sunny D, and that's what a brass monkey is. But I don't have no Sunny D because I like the beer funky.
You know, I got Sunny D, but I don't have beer.
Nickname Easy E, Yo 8-Ball Junkie.
I love drugs.
How that Necro?
Yep.
Crack Fox.
Yeah, that song is so good. I didn't realize that it was like an LLJ cool, like cover. There's like 2 versions he's got. I think I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that.
I'm so trashy. I'd rather have like a 40 of malt liquor than most like craft beers.
Those IPAs had me freaking lit, dude. Those
I really like it, but there's something like about just 40 of like King Cobra or something where it's like so nostalgic.
Like Steel Reserve.
Yeah, like if you find it in a 40.
It
takes too with the puzzles on them.
It takes you back to middle school and like early high school.
In high school, me and my friends would play this game where we drink. You spin around with your head on a hockey stick, like
Yeah.
basically, and you run around it, and then you guys try to chug 40s.
So I just had to look up that factoid that he brought up because I was like, that doesn't sound right. And no, like according to these, I mean, what I'm reading here, the Brass Monkey is 3-ingredient cocktail made with vodka, rum, and orange juice. So I don't know where he got that idea.
Yeah, ghetto Sunny D.
Yeah.
Like some kind of drinking game.
Yeah. I see.
The 4 Locos, and we do it with them.
But you're from your area, so we would do it with a baseball bat.
Yeah. Michigan hockey's like real popular.
Yeah, and you guys should do that, and then have a hockey puck in the middle, and then whoever's doing it, like all the rest of your friends, they need to run away, and then you just got to try and like puck somebody like mad hard. That shit would be funny as hell.
Yeah.
It's funny because like atheists don't have any funny stories like this. All their stories is just like, my uncle molested me, in the closet 500 times, and I still haven't gotten over it.
That's the funniest ones.
Darth, how is that Taj beer?
You know I'm religious. I don't drink.
You don't drink that? I thought you drink Taj.
I don't know what that is. Is that like a non-alcoholic beer?
That's like the only Indian beer I can think of. It's just called Taj Mahal. What's this Taj real big on it? It's like has a yellow label on it.
I'm not like a beer guy. I can't name you like the only beer I know is a Bud Light and Pat's Blue Ribbon.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on that Daniel Mulvaney shit.
Nah, I don't drink it. I might turn gay if I do.
I got rid of all my Kid Rock albums when I saw he went back to drinking Bud Light.
Last time I saw him, he was shooting it with like an MP5.
Yeah, no, and then he's like spotted at a concert drinking it.
Hey, sometimes beer.
I actually started drinking Bud Light after the whole thing blew up.
Mulvaney, yep, Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah. Oh, that was funny. PBR though, like that goes like that's like back in the day. Like, me and my bandmates would call that punk food, and it'd be like, because it's like when you go into any given liquor store, like Pabst is going to be like one of the cheapest beers there, like along with the malt liquor. But the other thing I noticed with Pabst too is it's actually got like pretty low content. It's like down there like 4% or something.
3.2.
So, oh yeah. Okay, it's under 4%.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's real watery. My dad was a huge drinker, like severe alcoholic, and Pabst Blue Ribbon and Natural Light were like the two cheapest beers that you could get.
Yeah, but I think even the Natural Light is like higher. It's more like a 6% or something like that.
Well, the state that I was in, they were all 3.2 unless it was malt liquor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it might differ from state to state there. But I always thought that Pabst tasted better. But the last couple times I drank it, I noticed it just wasn't doing anything for me. So,
yeah.
Here's beer. All right, you can only be. I mean, if you have a little bit of Bud Light, you'd be gay for just. You're like gay light. If you just have gay light.
Yeah, I feel like most light beer is gay though.
Well, gay light. It's funny.
hey, Skeptic Philosophy, welcome back. Yeah, still cracking it. I like the pronouns.
I'm taking that.
He likes your pronouns. Yeah.
Gay light. It's like me and my buddy aren't homosexuals. We're not gay. We're just gay light. Sometimes he jerks me off. Sometimes I jerk him off.
There you go. We don't stick it in any holes unless we start getting into that malt liquor.
Then it makes it gay, but we're not fat.
So yeah, I know. I just for some reason I have a feeling that this dude is gonna hold this probably ball rim.
My Awesome Life says PBR is at 4.7 here. Yeah, I knew it was pretty low. I mean,
I'm wondering like what all states this is in, because I grew up in Kansas and 3.2% was the highest amount it could be unless it was like a malt liquor, and then I think that it was like 18% or something. But
yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have different regulations, especially if you're in an area where like you have like there's probably dry counties out there and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, Kansas didn't have any dry counties, but they were very, into that. Like in Texas, though, we have dry counties, which I can't hardly believe, but we do.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah, my grandma lived in a dry county out in Arkansas. I remember she'd have to drive, out, so far to get her boxes of wine from the liquor store, and yeah.
Crown Royal over my head and be like, "You remember what I gave you? You remember what I did for you?" I know he's the type of nigga that would do that shit.
Just get him one.
Right. I think that's the play right there. Just so he can.
See, I wouldn't have trusted that shit. I would have thrown that shit in the garbage.
You know what, man? Sometimes you got to take a risk. All right.
Well, you could have gone with the excuse like, I'm religious. I don't drink.
I told him I don't drink that much, but really, I'm just trying to keep it.
He's just lying. Skeptic Philosophy says 4.7 is not real low. It's mid. 5 to 5.5 or so is high for a beer. So yeah, that's like standard out here. Like a Budweiser's somewhere around there for us. Like we're starting at 5% or so. Like the IPA that I have now starts at 6.5. I have noticed like there's a difference though when you're drinking an IPA. There's something different about the hops in it or something. And so I switched to Imperial Stout for a couple days, which was at like 11%. But I didn't feel like it caused me as much of a hangover afterwards or whatever. Like, yeah, I feel like the IPA has something else, some other component to it.
Well, the thing with beer, I think the hops is actually supposed to be what gives you the mild euphoria. The alcohol is mainly just to prevent it from going bad. It's more of a preservative.
Okay.
Professional. A lot of people are telling me like, just to kind of stay away from them, and it's just like, I can't stay away from them. We're literally in the same fucking hotel, and we got to go to the same place and share an Uber.
Bro, I feel like this is a setup. Like, look, he came to work drunk. Fire his ass.
Nah, trust me, I'm gonna be like way awake before he is. Like ever since that first day, like I've shown up like way earlier than he has, and like I started just doing all my stuff. I just knew something was up. I knew something was up whenever like I was working alone. There was no problem, but every time I worked with him alone, I always got a message from like a manager saying, "We got a complaint from the office," and I'm like, "What?" And I knew it was something like exactly what I did because it was something that I did. You know, there's just some shit that you could do. Like I was like, bro, I'm gonna go. I'm at this step that's gonna take like 30 minutes. There's a Chick-fil-A. I even offered him some. You want me to get you something? And he's like, nah, you go ahead. You go ahead. You know, he could have just said, hey man, finish. What I would recommend you do is just finish up that system. You know, before you go. But he just said, nah, go ahead. And then he fucking ratted me out when there was no problem. There was no problem. Like none of the workers there had any issue with me. Nothing like that. And then he came up and told me. I told the manager, you know what you did. I'm like, you are such a fucking slimy rat. And then he's like, well, I was trying to be nice with somebody else, but now they're throwing me under the. But you know, now it's backfired and they're throwing me under the bus. He's telling me this after like 30 minutes of a conversation. I was like, I just wanted to get in my room and eat my wings. And I was about to say, well, I wonder fucking why. I wonder why this person's trying to throw you under the bus. Because I'm gonna throw you under the bus. You know, because I mean, shit, dude, you're like you're trash. You know, it's like you're not helping anybody out at all.
Okay, so I was looking into this and I found it kind of interesting because they say that the alcohol content can differ by state due to varying state laws that set maximum limits for certain beverages, especially beer. Even though the alcohol content of nationally distributed products doesn't physically change, only how they are categorized and sold. So yeah, I just think that's
so
weird.
you're getting some 6% alcohol, but it's listed as 3.2. That's crazy.
Yeah, or like, I mean, I guess they might have to sell like a different, like if you're getting a Budweiser that's at 3%, you could, I don't know. I put the article in the side chat. There's like for 2026, these people who are looking at the alcohol percentage in beer by state. But yeah, it just says the classification for the sale might change. So they could still sell it by the same brand name. They would just have to, I guess, water it down more?
Yeah. Well, that would explain a lot.
Yeah.
So nobody likes this fool. So, but you know, it's just one of those things. Whenever you are working with people, like you just kind of have to learn how to navigate with them. But even now, it's just like I don't know. Navigating with this dude is going to be kind of tricky. It's going to be like real tricky. I could already tell. Because there's not going to be any winning. He's like, don't be on your phone in front of people. So then I go to like a back room or I step outside to go get on my phone or something like that. Keep in mind it's like a business call, and then I'm out for like 5 minutes, and then I get one message from him. He's like, "Where are you at?" And I'm like, "What the fuck, dude?" It's just like you're tripping, man. What can you do? And also, like he's got one of them signs.
Yeah, if he doesn't get along with his co-workers, then they're going to find a way to get rid of him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's unclear because it sounds like it's just this one guy, and his other coworker said, "Oh no, that guy's off." But yeah, like I mean, the easiest thing is to just like maybe try to befriend this guy. But it sounds like whoever this person is coming in and kind of try to power trip him. So I don't know. This seems like an avoidance strategy though, because if he's already got support from the manager and the coworker, why would he even be concerned? Mm-hmm. Unless he is actually doing something he's not supposed to be doing, in which case, just cover your own ass, man.
I'm pretty good at listening to a story and then parsing out what probably happened. The guy probably didn't say that he wasn't right, that the manager wasn't right in the head. I'm sure that Lupin said, "What's wrong? Does this guy not right in the head?" And the other guy just like, "Yeah." And so since I was a non-committal answer, he took that as, "Oh yeah, he was definitely, agreeing with me." And then later it turned into, "He told me blah, blah, blah." And then as far as the leaving to get the chicken, Like, if you weren't supposed to leave until the job was done, don't ask your boss if you can leave, because yeah, it's super crappy for him to, say it's okay and then lie about it later. But like, don't set yourself up for that kind of situation.
Yeah. And I mean, it just seems to me too like where he has to, this whole situation where now he says he has to step away from the job to answer a work related call, and then the person has to come and find him on the phone, right? It's like,
Right.
what were you really doing there?
Where you know he has autism, because you'll give him like a simple yes or no like kind of question, where I'll be like, oh man, it was I had a good night. I was able to just hang out. I was able to, I got a spot close to where I need to be working at. I had some time to catch up with my family. I had a couple beers. And then he was like, well, yeah, I had, like 4 doubles. And, whenever you break that down, that means that like I had 8 shots. And then I poured myself, a long pour of whiskey, and I'm going to be drinking, the whole thing. It's like, all right, fool, a simple like, yeah, I had a good time too last night. Would have been just fine. It's like, you ain't got to try and one up me every single time. You just tell me, hey, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad you had a good night. And hey, I'm happy you had a good night. But it's like every time you talk to him, and then this dude, like, okay, we're about like we were like in a 30-minute conversation, which it really should have been only like maybe a 2-minute conversation. And I'm by my mom's basement door, which has like a key that you put to open the door, because I don't know, she's got a weird kind of basement entry. And he's like, you got, also pay attention to people's body language. I was about to say, nigga, pay attention. You telling me to pay attention to people's body language? What the? Like, can you not realize I'm trying to end the conversation? I'm trying to get you to go wherever you want to go. I don't know. Like I said, man, there's a certain way to kind of vibe check people, and it's kind of like subtly just be like, yo, what up, nigga? Like, just be talking, be like, yeah, that nigga was crazy.
That
Just
is a
kind of, like,
vibe.
just say it real kind of like subtly, and just see what they.
Oh, you got Robert in the back. Welcome, Skeptic Philosophy.
What's happening, man?
Good to see ya.
I figured I could maybe increase the caliber of this entertainment because these 3 here don't seem to be contributing any.
Right.
Oh yeah, they're lost in the panelverse over there.
Is this from today, or when's this from?
No, this one's older. Let me see. Where's the info here? Guess I have to go out of full screen, huh? That's why I can't see it. I think this is like 2 or 3 weeks old now. Maybe a month. Yep, a month.
The Wolf.
Yeah, I listen to these guys talk trash from time to time.
Is this Lupin's channel?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know the Darth individual. I've seen Clay before, and I've seen Lupin, and between the 3 of them, I can tell you now, they just ooze misogyny off of them. Just you could scoop it off of them with a strainer.
Yeah. Although with Lupin, there is that little dose of closeted homosexuality going on there. Maybe all of them.
I don't know, but some people just hyper focus on it. I don't want to say that that's what's going on, but they hyper focus on it like it's such a big part of their life. Yeah, that person over there who's gay, that so affects me. And
yeah.
and then they hyper focus on it to the degree that they use it as jokes and criticisms constantly. So there's just constant gay jokes coming out of them all the time.
Yeah, and there's that other side of it where if it's like, oh well, I don't care about them doing it, but I don't want them to turn me or my kids gay. You know what I mean? So that's always the next logical step, is they're trying to make me like do it too.
Yeah, I have a brother-in-law that does this kind of thing. Oh, you mean you want one of them to touch you? I'm like, what the hell does that have to do? Look, me caring that they have the rights to do what they want to do has nothing to do with an assertion that I want to engage in homosexual acts. I mean, to jump from here to there is just so unbelievably absurd.
Yeah.
what their reaction is.
So you're like DMX. You know, I'm trying to get rid of you. You know, it's beautiful.
What? Stop. Something open up shop. Whoa.
Oh, and so Spooky said Darth is better known as Bubblegum Gun, so one and the same.
Yep.
Bubblegum Gun, who is in the chat down there. That's the same user.
Ah. Never never seen him.
Rough
That's
Rider.
it, bro. Shit, man. It's been a long time since I heard that.
Shout out him.
Difficulty pausing there for some reason. Did you say you haven't heard of Bubblegum Gun?
Yeah, never heard him. Like I said, I've seen Clay before. I've seen him on Gangster Ghosts, and I've seen Looping around. Never seen the other guy anywhere.
Bubblegum Gun has actually been in some fairly big debates, as far as I know, but kind of infrequently.
Okay.
This isn't Dan's panel.
What's up, Terry?
What's up?
What's up, Terry? Welcome to my mom's basement.
What creature is that?
What?
How did you do your profile picture?
Oh, that's an Instagram filter. I like to be silly on Instagram. It's my silly place. So sometimes I'll get on there and I'll play with the filters and I'll look for ridiculous ones like this, and then I'll do a cheesy little smile. And then
smile.
And I'll save it, and then I'll use it when I come in. Or else
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they're going to hit on her the whole time.
It might be a little inappropriate. It's pretty well known that Terry's taken now, but she was kind of a single Christian lady out here for a while. But yeah, there's a little playfulness in that community, as far as I know. But Terry's pretty witty, so I don't think she'll take too much shit. She had some things to say. I actually have one of her videos in here as well, from a while ago to look over, because, I always considered her a pretty kind person for the most part, and, anything I've seen from her. But then I saw a video a while back, and I was like, oh, that's, objectionable in my view, but I haven't really gotten to it yet over here, so I don't know. We might look at it. But yeah, it kind of showed you her position on kind of like women's role and stuff like that I wasn't expecting. So yeah,
subservient,
say,
I
like,
take it. A
bit, yeah.
That's not very uncommon, strangely, for women that are in kind of fundamentalist churches. You hear it a shocking amount of times.
And it was also kind of in the vein of like women deserve like sexual disrespect or sexual violence in a way that I was like, yeah.
For a minute there, that photo you and Tacos made together.
Yeah, hold on, let me see it.
I never really interacted with Tacos outside of like one stream, and
yeah, no, we know about your secret Discord, but it's a secret, so don't tell nobody.
I don't have a secret Discord.
It's a secret Instagram.
The Telegram is what it is.
I don't have a Telegram.
Then how'd you send me them perk 30s? Huh?
What's a perk 30?
Yeah, exactly. What is a perk 30?
Is that like a Percocet?
They're blue colored.
That's Viagra.
No.
But you know what's funny? It cut off. It cuts off. But if you see who sent it to me, yeah, it was Tacos.
It looks like something B.S. Lewis would come up with.
They might be the same person. I'm still not convinced that Tacos.
Nah.
I'm still not convinced that Tacos is not an AI that's programmed to just be autistically and possibly retarded.
It's like someone made some kind of AI and programmed it to be like fat and not make any money.
Well, no, he fucking pins me out every time I go there. He fucking makes bank because like the chat is like just raging at me, and so they'll give Tacos money just to like shut me up.
Oh, I will say my assessment of breakfast tacos, like overall, and I've kind of alluded to this, and I don't know, it's just kind of my intuition, is that it is a character in the sense of like that person is not genuinely taking on certain positions, but it's like it's a rhetorical tool, right?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know about that aspect of it. I don't think he wants much information about himself out, which, in all honesty, I understand why. I'm barely in this game, barely have my foot in it whatsoever, and people have already hacked my Discord and shit. So yeah, I think there's nothing more ferocious than some Christians with a computer. So I get why people don't give any information about themselves.
Yeah, and I thought the same thing about like Darth Dawkins. So it goes on both sides, but where I see like they build a character, and I also think it helps people to really embrace an argument sometimes in these spaces if they kind of disassociate from it, right?
I guess. What argument have you heard that you don't think he really backs? Is there anything particular?
From tacos?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, he's really good. I did see him recently kind of back out of conversation, which I think kind of deism was being proposed there, and he said, "Well, I'm not here to talk about that. It's atheism, theism. I'm not going to entertain a conversation on deism." And so I felt like he really quickly like put the kibosh on that one. But I don't know if that's.
He has some subjects that he just doesn't care. Like, it doesn't get anywhere, and to some degree, I agree with him on some of the points. Like, he doesn't like the subject of morality. That morality doesn't. It just seems to be one of those things. Look at the trees, kind of thing. Like, look, this thing exists. How do you explain this thing exists? But it's just a circular, like, presuppositional. So he hates morality arguments. He won't engage with them. He just thinks they're stupid, and that you have to first prove the God before you can say, therefore, that thing is causing that thing. So, and to some degree, I think he's right on that. But I know that when somebody doesn't want to engage in a conversation, and that it looks bad.
Yeah, I guess there's also that, you know, there's an aspect to it that is like based on agenda. So if you have an agenda of trying to tackle certain arguments, in this case like precept apologetics, then it's not useful to talk about the framework for morality or whatever, and it's not really going to convince those people. And I could see that, like, keeping it focused to certain things. But again, to me, it's less personal because I don't see, that this person is willing to be, kind of flexible in their style of conversation.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know that it's disingenuous, though. I don't know that it's disingenuous or character. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to misrepresent. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily disingenuous, but I think it's a tactic for conducting shows like this where,
Well, and I've said before, because the channel was talking about like ontology and like proofs of God or origins or PSR and stuff like that. And then a guy comes in and he's like, well, how do you explain morality? And then everybody starts going down this like rabbit hole of morality. And I'm like, no, why are y'all doing this? Why are y'all letting this red herring pull y'all away from the sun? This is what happens is when you have exhausted and confronted the problems of a theist, they try to divert. Well, let's go talk about morality. How do you account for this? How do you account for that? And they just keep pivoting rather than addressing the problem that there's an end issue with the subject matter at hand, whether it's teleology or whatever it is.
Right.
Where do you get your definition of what morality is?
Oh, I'm of the opinion that morality is subjective.
But where do you get your definition? Because I go with my sociology definition, and some people who are into philosophy try to say there's a different meaning for morality in philosophy.
I don't think that there's any way to pin that down. That's like saying, what's the definition of your taste? When you're talking about something that's subjective, what's your definition of what tastes good? You know, what's your definition? That seems like a ridiculous thing. We have alts, and we have value systems that we want to engage. For the most part, the golden rule is the standard. You know, anything that we wouldn't want done to us, we think that that's kind of the operational criteria of reciprocity. But outside of that,
Okay, well,
it'll vary.
I was looking more for a definition, though, because in sociology we were taught there's a huge difference between ethics and morality. Morality comes from mores, and that is simply a communal standard. That's it. And it can be totally unethical, or it can be based on some ethical standard.
It's still going to align with the golden standard. I mean, it's still going to align with that golden rule that don't do to others that you don't want done to you, in some sense. I mean, that's one of the oldest we've had that one rewritten like 12 times in multiple different cultures, going all the way back to the Sumerians. That's the cinder linchpin.
Well, there's also do unto others before they do unto you. And the Romans said, you know, do whatever you want to others and prevent them from doing to you.
Yeah, that's not a moral standard, but I mean, we have, and I got 7 of them.
Okay, but I'm not asking for a moral standard. I just want a definition of moral, if it is something other than the Greek word more.
I'm not familiar with the Greek word more and how it's associated. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay.
So I do think there's something interesting there, because like when we talk about morality as a concept, and this is from like Oxford Noun Principles concerning the distinctions between right or wrong or good and bad behavior. But when I think about morals, like in the way that we can practice in moral philosophy, and it could be preference based, right? And there are ways in which we can share a moral philosophy, but in that way, morality is almost like an outlook on the world, right? So it's our understanding of the way things ought to be or ought not to be, right? Yeah. Which again,
I'm not
subjective.
Sure it's a preference, though. Saying preference and subjective is not the same thing, right? Because I mean, it could be subjective, but it still be the case that everybody has the preference for it. That's why I use the example of like, does poop taste good? You could have the vast majority of every human being on this planet agree that poop does not taste good, that it tastes bad, right? But does that mean the category of taste is then therefore a subjective or an objective category? So I think that we are compelled to certain things by evolution. Like, we want to live. That's a baseline. If you've ever heard the old comparison with like the chess game, like what move ought you make? Well, the real question is, why ought you play the game? You know, why do you care if you win or anything? I think intrinsically we want to play the game of life. I don't think if we didn't, we would have killed ourselves, you know? So everybody wants to play the game. There's already an ought there.
Yeah, and I think there's some conflict there, because we can see, right, if that were the case, there's too high a rate of suicidality in modern societies, right? But then you can counterbalance that by saying, well, people want to live, but they don't want to suffer, right? Sure. So you can put that, so that some people, I would say a not insignificant number of people would prefer death to a life filled with suffering.
Sure.
But that doesn't make death preferential necessarily, right?
Yeah. Well, there's this question that's kind of an exercise about how much pleasure would you trade for how much suffering, right? Like if we said, if we were going to exchange a certain amount of pleasure, we could get rid of it for X amount of time of suffering. They seem to be very skewed. Like the actions that we would do were what we would sacrifice to make sure that we got more happiness seems to be less than what we would do for suffering. And it seems like if we're happy for a short period of time, it doesn't feel like it has a very long length experientially. Whereas if we're in great suffering for a short period of time, it feels like it's very long. So there seems to be just not an appropriate one-to-one, like this maximum happiness, maximal pain. I'm trying to think what the damn questionnaire is called. I think Alex O'Connor played with this subject a little bit.
Right.
I'm curious.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm curious. Fact of the matter, where are you at in the subject? Do you think it's subjective, or are you moral realism?
Definitely. Personally, I don't even think that the word objective should be used, because I don't think that we've ever found anything that's objective anywhere.
Okay.
But for morality, I always say it is like a group consensus of a society. And so it would be totally different from one to the next. And an example is if you were on an island of 30 people, or no, let's just say you're on an island of 2,000 people, and they all decided for generations that it is, as a rite of passage on your 10th birthday, you're supposed to cut off your left foot, then it would be factually immoral to not cut off your left foot. Now, there are various reasons to say it would be unethical to behave morally in that situation.
Yeah, that depends on whether you use like a consequentialist kind of model that they use all the time, the maximum pleasure, minimal pain, things like that. I think you're right. As far as the society goes, I think the society dictates. Historically, though, the problem with using that as the standard is when that society wants that as the standard, it's a group of people and it's not a group of another people. So if you look 2,000 years ago and you say, well, the society dictated what morality was, well, the women in large part didn't have any say-so in whether that was morality or wasn't moral.
Right. But they didn't have the power to overthrow what the other ruling class wanted.
Yeah.
See, my view on this is a little more like, so I think ethics is like imposed over morality. So morality to me is it's subjective, but it's also so there's two layers of it, and the first one is that thing that makes me feel like intrinsically that what I'm doing is right or wrong, good or bad, right? And then you have another layer to morality, which is, well, would I feel shame or guilt if other people caught me doing that? And then I think we take both of those and we kind of fuse them together into, is this ethical? And then we make, laws that govern those ethics based on those subjective moral stances.
Yeah, and I think yeah, it does. But I think when we're talking about the model of whatever society says that's what's moral, then it's like, do you have this all or none standard that, like, if everybody agrees it, then it's the moral, or just if the consensus agrees it? And if the consensus agrees it, then it's moral. Then when we have a group of people that are, like, the majority are Christian, and they say that it's moral to be Christian, is now the rest of the people who are not Christian morally obligated to be Christian, for example? Or what are we talking about? Does the totality of the group have to agree that behavior, such as cutting the foot off, or just 95%, and then that's the moral standard? That seems to be the problem with that idea.
I think even 51% puts you at this is maybe less significant, but it puts you at a disadvantage as far as arriving at the true conclusion, right? Because if even,
I don't know that there's any true conclusions. That's the whole thing. Like at 51%, they're the majority. But does that then mean that 51% want that, therefore that thing is moral, intrinsically, because the 51% say so?
Well, no, not necessarily, but that's ad absurdum, right? Because we know the number is going to be much greater than that. So, most people, like on the not wanting to kill other people, like that's going to be significantly higher than half of people.
And that's why when I was give my definition, I didn't say majority, I say consensus. Because, I think 68% would be good. 51%, I would say that is a razor-thin edge case, and we can't really say it's moral or immoral if it's that evenly divided.
So if we have a let's say we got a 80% people. Would you say this is the consensus?
Yes.
Okay, so if we have 80% of the population that thinks being Christian is right and moral, and to not be Christian is not, then are we in some sense morally obligated to become Christian?
No.
Okay, how does this work?
Because obligation is something different.
So moral obligation isn't a thing?
I can't remember the study for what obligation is and duties, but it is just a separate issue. I would say that anyone that was not Christian in that society was immoral or amoral, but that they are not morally required to behave like a Christian at all.
Are there any moral requirements then? I mean, just depends on whether the society puts a penalty on it, huh?
Right, and that's it. It's an enforcement mechanism. So if you choose to stay in that society and live in it, then you're taking on a certain social contract that you're going to agree to a certain minimum standard.
Sure, but to some degree that gets inseparable from the ideal of might is right. I mean, it's just it's an inseparable doctrine.
You're correct. It does devolve to that. Because then it comes down to the enforcement mechanism. If 80% of society wanted a law, but the ruling elite says, no, it's not going to be like that, it's going to be the opposite, then the moral of that would be the 80%, but the immoral minority with the power would be executing the laws the way that they saw them.
Just want to say, what's up, BS Lewis? Why is my cartoon up there? You guys jamming the Dog Man? No, we were watching Lupin. Clipped this from Breakfast Tacos, and he stole your cartoon. And then he said the tacos gave it to him, but then somebody's like, no, BS did that. And so that already occurred on the panel. But yeah, and then we got talking about morals and stuff. Good to see you. And welcome.
Yeah. And you missed the theory that someone floated over on that channel that B.S. Lewis might be Taco, and then we got a conversion over to that Taco is an AI that is not real. And then somehow he's a fat AI on top of that, and all of this ramblings. I'm ready for it to play whenever y'all are.
Okay, yeah, we can get it back up there.
Like mute you for 5 minutes or get you kicked out of the panel. That's what I have to know, nigga. Fuck you.
Wait, why don't people want to talk to you?
Well, the people who are like in the panel do, but like people who are like in the chat who get triggered, these are people who like have a fragile worldview. They're the ones who kind of want to silence me.
They're liberals.
They're retarded, is what they are.
You guys should have seen Jamie last night getting real heated about Waco.
Yeah, that was great.
He was like shaking and like pointing his fingers around and stuff.
Well, I remember Jamie saying like Waco was justified and he needs a harem of women, and that Terry is his first woman.
No.
He was like, Waco will happen again. Just watch my name in the news.
No, nice.
I mean, he's got the mullet, right?
He does not have a mullet.
It's like, I don't know, man. I gotta go. I just have to go and just give him all. I gotta give him all. Like I cut my hair myself. I just gotta give all.
I know. You ain't got no lineup.
Say that again.
You ain't got no lineup, boy.
Did you say I ain't got no hair, fat boy?
Ain't got no lineup.
It's a little lineup. It's a little lineup.
Hey, no, don't ever go to the barber again, man. You fucked your hair up.
I was a barber, nigga. So.
No, you fucked up. Go to a barber.
It says guest has been added. Let's see, guest. Turn your camera on, guest.
There's a guest.
He's gonna drop his he's gonna show us his dick and kind of run away.
Oh, see, he was a pussy. He was a pussy. Why did he leave?
Pervert.
That might have been Tar Baby, dude.
Yeah, you're there. That one's
come back, Tar Baby. That was Tar Baby. What a shit, Tar Baby.
I think you guys were all on dance listening to him.
Hey, Clay, have you seen this one dude? He's doing man, what is it called? It's called whenever you're trying to like release the serpent coil, and then you do like some kind of chant.
Oh, like that. Like that.
He goes dub 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 dum dum, and and he's got like some little triangle thing, and then
they call like breath areas or some shit.
No, man. Oh, I actually learned what they were.
The awakening can happen at any point, and then you will go through a transformation of spirit. And the serpent will uncoil in the base of your spine.
And then you just bust a big ass nut, just
Yeah,
all
you
that.
just really stop working, you have all kinds of health problems, like you start
Make the
spitting
weird
out.
breathing noise, you shit out an entire serpent coil.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
It's
I
like a
feel
really
like
awful
I
thing
am
to go through
actively
pills.
getting stupid.
Yeah, it's all cult shit.
Yeah.
Oh, Yoda was listening to Dan.
Yeah.
Good for you, Yoda.
Good for you.
You've not gained any new information from this stream?
Pretty bad.
No, I can't say that I have.
Yeah, and they'll go on with this for another hour and 30, yeah, something like that.
What it's all just like I'm trying to think what the term is. Like when you're preening your feathers in the front of other people, it's all just posturing, I guess, and
Right.
I don't know what you call it. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
Yeah, peacocking. That's the term.
Peacocking? Okay. All right.
Live from
Learned
his mom's
something new
basement.
here.
I also found this one from Think Institute, which I found pretty interesting. It's another long one. Probably,
Live from my mom's basement.
yeah.
So you are a motivated, high-achieving man.
Nope.
But the people you hang out with, not
so
hang
much.
out with those friends from college who.
It has been.
So I'll let the intro to this play, and then I'll be AFK for a minute, but I'll still be listening, and then I'll come right back in with you guys.
A long year. And I say that because this year I have engaged in over 100 debates. Over 100 debates since January. That is not counting the debate streams that we did back in 2024. This year alone, 2025, I have engaged in over 100 debates. And that has taken place over the course of 18 different debate streams. It was a new thing that we started doing on the Think Institute channel in the end of 2024. And Alex Medeiros, aka Triple X, aka Quad X, aka Wi-Fi Gospel, was very kind in serving as a moderator for me. I didn't know how it was going to go when we started doing these, but we did it, and we made it through. We did over 100. So here's how I get that number 100. We did 4 informal debates and 4 formal debates, 97 informal debates. Of those 97, here's how that worked. They were a combination of different things. So we would do these different debate streams. We did 18. So that's about 1.5 a month. And we would bring people on, and some people we would debate. I would get in these conversations with them for over an hour. And they bring, like Doug from Pine Creek, he would come on and he would debate me for over an hour. Or, there's certain people have come on multiple times. Manager, random guy, he came on. Just a few other people, that one Australian fellow. Anyway, these guys would come on, and then eventually we started limiting the time to 20 minutes, 15 minutes, or 10 minutes, because we wanted to get as many people a chance to come on these streams as possible. Now, I had done interfaith panels. I'm trying to think if I had done informal debates, and I had done a couple of formal debates, all online. I mean, my interfaith panels, those were in person, but I had done some formal debates. But prior to November of 2024, I had not done these.
I'm curious what he's
streams.
calling an informal
Other than
debate.
for a period of time back in
97
2021, I was
were
doing some
that.
live debate stage
Could have been
Q&A
somebody
style
on Discord.
interactions on Discord. But that's a little different than video. Those were audio only. These are video. And so I'm out there, I'm on camera. Sometimes the other person's not even on camera. And the way these things work, I don't know who's going to come. I don't know who is going to raise their questions. I don't know what questions they're going to have, what objections they're going to have. And I think of those 97 different informal debates that we had, ranging from 10 minutes to hour and a half, I think probably 2 or 3 of them were friendlies, where they were just guys looking for a little discipleship, guys looking for some theological answers, that sort of thing. They were already Christians. We also did see, this was the highlight of the year, we did see one guy convert to Christianity on the air. A young man, he was a Muslim, and he received Jesus Christ right there on the air. We also had another young man who was a Muslim who came on to defend Islam, but then later on reached out to me to tell me that he had converted to Christianity and had become a Christian. So it's been a long year, but it's been a very, very good year for the Think Institute. Debate streams are not all that we've done. I've put out a ton of articles on Substack. Go check out Worldview Legacy on Substack from the Think Institute. I've put out a bunch. I've sent out emails directly to our subscribers directly from the ministry. We've also released a ton of resources on the Think Institute website, which you can get in our store. And some of those are paid, some of those are free, most of them are free, but you can get free PDF downloads. Most
Yeah, I
recently,
don't
what we have on
believe
there
them
is
either.
we have
Yes.
Total Depravity, Unconditional Election, and Limited Atonement. Those are free PDF download guides that you can get. Of course, we also have guides on the Christian worldview, worldview cheat sheets, apologetics, question guides, crash courses in presuppositional apologetics. We've
He
got
already admitted that he's
catechism,
counted some
stuff
of
on there.
these as
We've got,
debates that were just Christians that
family
come in to
worship
talk
guides
to him.
on there that you can use, Bible study guides. So, and most of the stuff is free. Some of it is cost a few bucks. But if you would like to support the Think Institute, picking up some of those resources is a great way to do it. You can also give a super chat if you're watching live right now.
So I
You can only give a
definitely
super chat
agree
through our
there.
Think Institute channel. You can't do that through the Think Debates channel. Not yet. This video also helps.
And yeah, we can probably skip through him selling his shit. But yeah, so the 97 informal debates. I also think like there's so much of a difference between having a structured debate on a topic versus having somebody on like a call-in program.
Yeah.
Just saying,
I
like,
think
change
he's-
my mind or whatever.
I think he's doing like Jill, where like if he just mumbles to himself in the corner, he considers that winning a debate.
Hey, fact of the matter, I just want your opinion on something because we had a slight disagreement earlier. Can I mark this down as a debate that we had?
Absolutely.
Is that
You
okay?
won.
Thank
You
you. I
totally
appreciate
trounced
that.
me.
I put a mark. That's one we had in one of my
Okay.
debates. All right.
It helps get the word out, helps grow the channel. Not I should do that, but we are supported by ads on YouTube, so you can just watch simply going to thethink.institute/part Stanford.
Yeah.
And that'll be, if you're watching this right now, if you're listening before the end of December 2025, you can do that. So thank you in advance. Thank you for your partnership. All right, we got some folks watching right now. And what we're going to do is I'm going to give you guys some shout outs. By the way, if you want me to prioritize your question or your comment today, giving a super chat is a great way to do that. I always take super
Yeah,
chat
if you pay me, I will prioritize you for sure.
comments first because you are putting your money where your mouth is. You're investing in this channel and in this ministry.
BS says I've never seen Joel and Jill in the same room. Just saying, yeah.
Teaching outside of YouTube, we do a lot of get-togethers and men's ministry stuff, and we've got the Hammer and Anvil Society. This is a very small ministry, but we're punching above our weight in a lot of ways, and so your support really helps with that. So thank you for the super chats in advance.
He's
If you care to give, if not,
pretending
no
to
problem.
punch
Just glad you're
above
here.
his weight.
All right,
That's how he gets donations.
Right.
He says he had 97 debates. They were informal. Some of them were just coming in to talk about Jesus, so I debated them.
Yeah. And then I don't know if it's like a big W to convert. I mean, I guess it is for them, right? But converting a Muslim to Christianity was like he already believed in the same God as you. He just had to change his view about the prophecy or whatever, right? Like
Right.
He said he had one scheduled with a Muslim, but then the guy wrote to him before the debate and said, I converted to Christianity, so I guess we can't debate.
Right. He probably heard some of his debates and he's like, I don't know how to cop out. Oh, I converted. I'm a Christian now. No need to talk. And he's like,
yeah.
yes, check. I saved another one.
Let me just give a few shout outs to people who are watching, and then I'm going to do something which maybe will become an annual tradition. We'll see. But I'm going to tell you the top arguments that I received and objections to the Christian faith this year. I'm going to share them with you. I'm not going to do a full-on rebuttal of each one. In fact, I'm really going to try to resist doing a rebuttal of these. I'm just going to tell you what they are. The reason why is because I think it's important for you, the Christian man, to know the top objections that you will get when you get out there and you start sharing your faith and you start defending your faith. And
I want to
know
make
many
a
of you
bet. I want to make a
are,
bet.
probably you personally.
All right.
What is
It's
it?
a straw man version of every argument that's ever been put forward. That's just gonna, not just one. I'm gonna make a bet that he's gonna give at least 5, and every one of them is gonna be misrepresented. Every one of the arguments that he gives. That's my bet.
Hey, his group is called the Hammer and Sickle Society. I mean, Hammer and Anvil Society. So they can't be doing straw men over there. I mean, it's got to be all steel.
Yeah.
Are out there. You're having these conversations, and you want to know, as we move from 2025 into 2026, what are those top objections? Because I can tell you what, they're not the same ones I was getting in 2019 when we started this ministry, or when we started the YouTube channel. In fact, the arguments have even evolved over the last 2 years, and really even over the last year, as atheists are changing their arguments. I can tell you this, when I studied apologetics in seminary back in 2012.
This is better. Let's watch this.
EVE Online is a vast universe. alive with the unrelenting activity.
This reminds me of the episode of Black Mirror we were just watching, the USS Callister. We watched both parts, and this ad reminds me of the Infinity game on there.
A combined history of its players, pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity. They share this existence in the biggest single
I was joking.
shard.
You can
Wow.
skip this.
Yeah, no, I know. I had to give it a
Dramatic
second
vision.
just for dramatic effect. That's all.
What was the name of that game?
So I'm here to help you. I want to help you
Eve.
Oh, okay.
know which arguments people are asking or making, which questions they're asking, which objections they are using, and I'm going to do my best to help you get equipped. But today we're just going to list them out. But first, a few shout outs. Boris is here. Boris, and I was just talking about you. Boris, I'm glad you're here. I'm hoping you're going to drop by on the debate stream tonight.
I see. BS said, I will say this. I see Joel's sidekick, Wi-Fi, and all kinds of debates and actual debate platforms, but I can't remember the last time I've seen Joel outside his own show. Yeah. Saying that, I watched a Wi-Fi gospel debate like the other night, and yeah, I mean he's talented. I'll give him that.
And tell us a little bit of your story. I won't do it now because that's not my story to tell, but I'm glad you're here. Tim Hoff says, biggest objection of Catholic and Orthodox is that Ephesians 2:8-9 is referring to works of the law, not just works in general. This way they can get away with believing sacraments are required. Thanks for that comment there. Yep. Peter W. says, hey, Joel and all. God bless you. God bless you, Peter. Thanks for watching. J.K. Grace is asking a question. We'll get to these questions at the end, Lord willing. He says, who decided that man would be born with a sin nature? Okay, we'll try to answer that at the end. Feel free to answer that in the comments if you're watching live. Nicholas Wood says, hello, everyone. Hello, Nicholas Wood. We got some more. Let's see. Peter, here. Stevo7771 says, sometimes it's good to have an empty cup too. And J Dude says, yes, sir, tonight. I get off work at 9 p.m. I'll check in once I get home. Chat soon. Peace. Fantastic. That's Boris. All right, so tonight we are doing a live debate stream, the final debate stream of the year. And you can watch that on our brand new channel. It's thethink.institute/@thinkdebates. And I just realized I said it wrong. youtube.com/@thinkdebates. See if I can get that on the screen. youtube.com/@thinkdebates. Just a reminder, we are doing a giving goal today of $10, 10 super chats, $5 a pop. And if we get that, I will take one of these objections that I'm about to share with you, and I will do a rebuttal to that objection. And I'll do that sometime right after New Year's. So one of the first videos coming back after New Year's will be a rebuttal to one of these objections. So what do you think? Are you ready to get into these objections?
Assuming people give him money, I suppose.
Shall we do so? We're talking about the biggest objections that I faced.
He's got to get $50.
Yeah.
Or formal.
This year.
I still love seeing this on screen.
And here they are. The 10 most common arguments.
Oh, wait, that's 100, and that's more than 100.
It said more. It said maybe 3 were friendlies.
Maybe 3. Yeah.
Against Christianity that I faced in my about 100 debates. Okay, in my about 100 debates this year. A little over, probably about 101. Okay. Number 10. No evidence for God. No evidence for God. Now, this is one of those arguments that you hear quite a lot when you're engaging, especially with atheists, materialists, agnostics, naturalists, people who claim not to know whether or not God is there, and they claim that they just want evidence, they just want the facts, and you will get this. You will get this quite a bit. Now, again, I'm going to really try to resist the temptation to rebut all these because I want to just lay them out. But I want to ask you this, and if you're watching live, I would love to hear your responses to these. How would you respond to this question? I personally have 2 responses that I use. One is inspired by Francis Schaeffer.
Okay, before we go on to his, all right, what do you guys think about this argument? There's no evidence for God.
Well, I first of all, I think that term evidence is, it doesn't mean that there's any definitive proof. There's a difference between what can be presented as evidence. So I think that there's evidentiary claims and there's things that you can say are evidence for the argument. But that it's not a truth thing in of itself. Like you can exhibit a shoe at a crime as evidence, but does it prove that the crime actually happened? No.
Yeah, he tried to phrase this as loosely as possible. If you were to say there is no concrete proof of the Christian God, I don't even know if you could say God of the Bible because they seem to be a few of them in there. If you said Yahweh or Jesus, that Jesus was the creator of the universe, then I think that would be a good statement.
I don't think there's
Yeah.
any evidence that would meet the criteria of a court. That kind of evidence, none.
Which is interesting because you have to swear on the book in court when you give testimony, but then,
Yeah.
with the testimony in the book hold up. Yeah, and I think most people are a little more nuanced than this. It's interesting to me that, to Hillary's point, like, so yeah, in the book itself, there is absolutely evidence for multiple gods, and within the commandments, it says, no other gods before me. It's not disacknowledging the existence of those, or potentially the existence of those gods. It's actually saying that it is possible to worship those gods, and it says that he's like the one true God, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think most people say there's not sufficient evidence for God, for the God of the Christian Bible, and most of the evidence itself is contained within the book. And I think that's so interesting because, when you debate people like Jill or whatever, that's frequently the answer you'll get. Well, if you want evidence, just look back at the Bible. Okay, singular source, right?
Yeah. I think if you were compiling anything that resembles physical evidence that they put inside of those Ziploc bags when they present evidence at a court, we would have one bag there in court and it would be empty. There'd be air in it. And then, there's evidence. maybe they could blow the Ziploc bag up and then say, we have air. How can air be?
Yeah, and then they say, "Oh no, you just let it out. Now it's gone." You don't have the evidence anymore.
God. How can air come out of a bag of an insurance case?
To use Lupin's argument, we could just point to him and say, only a God could create such an idiot as this.
Right?
Were you here for that, Richard? Roger. Roger's your name?
Robert.
Oh, Robert.
Okay.
No, I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, he made the argument that only God, that was proof that, only God could create all these idiots.
Yep.
Yeah, B.S. Lewis just said the problem is that everything is evidence for God. Yeah, that is one of the two great questions to. I'm trying to think of the name of the damn questions. Like you're dividing whether somebody's a presuppositionalist or whatnot. Is there anything that isn't evidence, for your God? And they're kind of like, no, everything is evidence. So the trees, the rocks, it's all. So yeah, the Ziploc bag itself is evidence. Put that in another bag. Yes.
What do you think about the flip side of that argument? Well, they say, well, how do we explain life, the universe, and everything if not God? I mean,
it's silly because. It's such a stupid thing, and they know how stupid it is, because if you do the first cause argument, and let's mix the first cause argument with the infinite regress problem, and let's say that there is an end to the regress, that they're assuming that the Big Bang started at a singular God and that's the start, but it could be that God Z, the last God, is the one that created the Big Bang, but that God was created by another God, and that God was created by another. And even if we say the infinite regress ends at some point, it still means the God that made the world is not the first God or the necessary being. And there's no way to say that for a fact that the God that made the world is the end of that chain. No, it could be that it was made by other gods. That is completely valid in their own ideal of what a God could be. So it's stupid. Plus, you don't know, just because a necessary being is the case for a state to start doesn't mean that necessary being is now still necessary for the state to continue. So a being could start a state and now the being isn't necessary anymore. So a God that started the series of making gods may not even be anymore once he's made gods or once you make the universe. Like all of that is just. But they still want to hold. No, it just has to be one, just the one. That's bullshit.
Kind of like how the egg is necessary for a chicken to be born, but then after the chickens left the egg, then they just consume the rest, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The other one is a standard presuppositional Greg Bonson style rebuttal. But this is truly one of the common arguments. No evidence for God. They'll look around at the world and they'll say, I don't see. Essentially, this world could be just as easily described or explained by no God as God, and they'll adopt atheism as what they believe to be a neutral position. And again, I'm going to really try not to rebut these positions, okay? But if you are an atheist and you think that atheism is a neutral position, this is one of those objections that you might bring out. There's just no evidence. And it's tempting, as a Christian, as an apologist, it's tempting to just start trotting out the evidence. And once you do that, because of course there's evidence everywhere, everything is evidence for God. But once you start doing that, you're going to get stuck in this cycle of doom. And we don't want to do that.
Well, there you go.
But that's a big
Everything is
one.
evidence.
No evidence for God. That was the 10th most mentioned objection. Maybe you thought that.
Yeah, and I don't know about his description of atheism as a neutral position there. I mean, I would say atheism is a logical starting point, right?
It's more parsimonious, yes.
Yeah, BS is not neutral, no hypothesis, right?
That'd be more popular, but that actually came up 4 times in my 18 debate streams. And, a few of these might have come up more than once within a particular debate stream, but I just counted it as once. So this came up 4 times, that there's no evidence. I need verifiable, observable, scientific evidence for God. And that's what they'll say.
Wait, I don't understand if he said that, that came up in several of the arguments, but he only did one version of it, or I'm not sure what he meant by that, or if he only counted it as one debate, even though he did more than one debate on that.
No,
Right,
he was
so that's
saying
number 10. Let's see.
it happened
Number 9.
in like 18 different streams, but even if it came up 4 times, he's only going to count that one stream as one time.
Right.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me about $2,700 in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't...
You know what? Robert hooked me up with one, and I actually just need to load the video through it. I know, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I have it saved in my bookmarks here, too.
Circular reasoning. Circular reasoning. This is when an atheist or someone who doesn't like presuppositional apologetics, they're going to say that presuppositionalism or the transcendental argument for God, or demanding that the atheist ground his transcendentals, his reasoning, his logic, his moral absolutes, his preconditions for science. When we say that, when we start with the Bible and we begin with biblical presuppositions and we show how it makes sense of the whole world, including God, the world, and the self, and then we come back around to the Bible, they say, aha, that's circular reasoning. You're presupposing the thing, you're including your conclusion in your premises. Now, there's certainly a way to give a presuppositional argument without making it circular in any way, shape, or form. But of course, there's also a way of rebutting this by simply talking about how all reasoning is circular when you're dealing with ultimate foundations. I'm not going to...
All reasoning is circular when dealing with ultimate foundations.
He expressed that very poorly, but I think I know what he means.
There's no reason to deal with ultimate foundations. You could do just like David Hume did and say that everything is induction, and that at some point we just don't have experiential relations with something. So it's more like floating in a cloud that has spread out roots. If you think about it, it's not grounded in anything. You have interaction with experiences over and over, and all of those things it's not that it's grounded, but more like it's just a root system that is all interconnected.
Right.
The same way there's turtles all the way down, So it's you're just floating there in space, but no, you have to ground that. How is it? It has to be grounded somehow. So there's got to be turtles all the way down.
Okay. I've got it up with the ad blocker now, so.
Is circular when you're dealing with ultimate foundations. I'm not going to get into a full-throated rebuttal of this right now. Remember, we're just talking about what are the most common objections that I faced this year. So that's number 9. All right, so number 10, no evidence for God. Number 9, was circular reasoning. What's number 8? What do you think it's going to be? I'm curious to know. What do you think? Let's see. Number 8 is burden of proof. Burden of proof. The atheist or the agnostic will critique the presuppositionalist as being disingenuous or dishonest. Why? Because we put the burden of proof back on the atheist, back on the skeptic, and we'll say, you have to explain and account for and give a reason for your belief in your own truth-seeking faculties, reason, intuition, your 5 senses, or you have to explain why you think that logic is a thing. We're going to come back to logic, by the way. That's going to come up again. Why do you think logic is a thing? Why do you think evidence is possible? And we're putting the burden back onto the atheist. And they don't like that. They say, no. It's the Christian who has the burden of proof. Non-Christians don't have a burden of proof. You've got to push that rock up the hill, not me. Atheism is a null position. It's the original position. It's not something that needs to be defended at all. And as a presuppositionalist, I don't accept that. I happen to believe and teach and I think prove that both the Christian and the non-Christian have the burden of proof. If you're making a claim, include
so yeah, he says that both the Christian and the non-Christian have the burden of proof, but the atheist is not making a claim, right? So yeah, you have the burden of proof once you adopt a positive claim on how or why things came to be the way they are, as I see it.
It's stupid. I just want to say that. I mean, there is a physical reality that we have to interact with, and that physical reality, we just, when we have our senses and our senses pick up that physical reality, whether it's someone starting to punch us or swing at us, we don't have a choice but to believe that that's what's happening, what our senses are telling us. There's not an option in it. You can say this bullshit all you want. Well, how do you know that somebody's doing that? How do you know that someone was swinging at you and you ducked, You don't have an option but to treat it any other way, because your sensory perception, your brain, how it's functioning is simply telling you that is what is happening, because it is interacting with the world, and that is the conclusion of it. So you can do this, how do you know, all you want. It doesn't matter. You can light this guy's hand on fire and say, oh, well, you don't know that it's burning. Did God tell you that it's burning? What a crock of shit. His sensory perception is what's telling him that it's happening. This is all just a game they play.
Yeah.
Or because certain, even though certain perceptions may be, not entirely correct, right? Or, like we still adapt for these things. Like I have astigmatism, right? And so I know that my field of vision on one side is going to be less than on the other. And I can adapt my, in certain ways, like, okay, I know I'm going to be more sensitive to brightness over here, so I'm accounting for that. Maybe I have to squint at a distance, and I'm accounting for that, and then I adapt those things to improve my sensory perception because I know there's a deficit, right? And so we're able to do all of those things.
Well, he threw a bunch of things in the blender. He starts out with, oh, even though I'm making the positive claim, you actually have the burden of proof to prove me wrong. And that's nonsense. And then he says, oh, plus, even not even dealing with my claim, you even have to prove to me how you are capable of knowing anything before I'm going to listen to anything that you say. Well, no, that's not how it works. I don't have to prove that I know everything in the universe just to prove that your claim is faulty. All I have to do is show one contradiction.
We're turning him the favor. People do shit like that. You have to prove that how you know anything. Do the same. Prove that you know how you know anything. And just saying because God is not doing that. It hasn't met that in any way.
Right.
And it also contradicts another claim from the Christians that this says that the Bible is irrefutable proof, right? But then they say, well, no, this is now, it's a burden of proof. And he referred to it as like pushing the rock up the hill, referring to Sisyphus or something. And it's like, okay, well, no, because if you had this irrefutable proof you claim to have, then it wouldn't even be burdensome, right? This should be easy to prove to everybody, right? The fact that we could still reject it is evidence to the contrary.
I don't know how much his character is a grifter and how much of it is that he's just a contrarian.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are easily interchangeable, I think. The grift is being a contrarian. And BS said, to begin with belief in every concept you hear and wait to be disproven would lead to logical contradictions. That's why non-belief is the null hypothesis. Right? I disbelieve until you give me good reason to. I think this reminds me of like the Joe Rogan problem, where like it's not necessarily that Joe Rogan promotes all of the crazy ideas of people that come on his podcast, but he never refutes any of them. And so it seems like we're just adopting whatever position people come in with by default without ever being critical of any of them. And if you apply that to any other claim, you know, say like the pink unicorn or the teapot orbiting Saturn or whatever it was, like, okay, we just say all claims are true until I have evidence to the contrary, and then we would just believe every lie our kids ever told us, or some strange con man. You would have to be the most like gullible person on planet Earth to adopt that position.
Yeah, here's the one that I do. See this penny? Can you see it?
Yeah.
This penny isn't a real penny. This is a Canadian penny. This penny is actually a purple penny. This penny is actually a hologram. This penny actually came out of a unicorn's butt. This penny is and on and on and on. And you can make this infinite list of things about this penny. And all these things aren't true. So there's an infinite amount of things that you can say that are not representative of reality about this penny. There's only a finite amount of things that you can say about this penny that are true. Subsequently, the amount of claims that you can make in the entire universe is an infinite amount of runaway. Whereas the things that are true, that they are representative of some aspect of reality, they are finite. So you have a finite amount of things that can be true, whereas you have an infinite amount of things that could be not true or not representative of reality. And just on Bayesian analysis alone, should we be skeptical? Yes, we should be skeptical of every claim, because just by pure percentages, the chances that it being reflective of reality is extraordinarily low.
But is that a countable infinity or an uncountable infinity?
You could throw that in there.
I have the infinite finite, yeah.
I don't know. I got tired after only 5 claims about the penny. But, I'm sure I could come up with more,
Hey, what if we each paid you a penny for another claim?
This penny's actually made out of chicken. Actually, this penny's made out of tuna fish, okay? Actually, this penny was inside of a whale's butt. Actually, this penny here...
Including the claim that this world is explainable without God, you have a burden of proof there. So that is number 8. Number 7 is slavery. This one is put forward by mostly non-Christians, although recently there's been a supposed Christian, a supposed well, he claims to be a Christian, but he says that the Bible is pro-slavery and that is a problem. Now, again, I'm not going to go into a full rebuttal of these, but what an atheist will do is they sort of rely on the shock value of this. They'll say, aha, the Bible it doesn't condemn slavery. And they just sort of expect that you're going to have a problem with that as a Christian. They're just going to expect that because we all live in this Christianized society, which has ended slavery twice, That therefore, if the Bible doesn't outright condemn slavery, if the Bible gives you a framework for living in societies where slavery exists and where it doesn't exist, like Christianity is the most adaptable religion in the world. You can be a Christian in literally any society, either as a slave or as a master or as an abolitionist, and they have a problem with that, and they expect you to just to experience this moral revulsion at slavery, and as a result of that revulsion, you grant them the argument, or you'll try to prove something that the Bible never says. So this was a big one this year. How many times did slavery come up? It came up at least 5 times. During the debates of this past year of 2025. So not exactly an obscure argument. All right, next one. We called it.
Oh, wait. We just kind of steamrolled through that one. But to address the topic of slavery in the Bible, right? I mean, most of the time I think that just goes to refute the credibility of the Bible as good moral teaching. And, like, particularly Jesus even says objectionable things, but it's in the commandments, in the dialogues with the God, right?
Well, to be clear, when Leviticus does the bit, when it tells you to take the slaves from your land, it's not just that it's condoning it. It is literally ordering it.
Mhm.
And when it says this I believe in Leviticus 3, I have to look and see. I don't want to be talking out my ass here, but I think it's somewhere around Leviticus 3 when it talks about taking the slaves from those in Canaan whenever they go in there and like take it. You're being ordered to behave in this way. So it's not, and then it goes on to say that if a neighbor cannot, support themselves, that they can basically sell themselves into bondage to you, but that this one, you have to release these within the 7th year, but you don't have to release the others, and what they do with this is they pretend like, well, this is just, the society that was operating that way. And they forget that the beginning of this chapter traces back to the first statement was, and the Lord said. So everything that's proceeding here out of this chapter is supposed to be coming out of the fucking mouth of God to say take these slaves and to take this and that and the other. So if they're going to try to cop this out and no, this wasn't God, this was just, he understood the times, then you have to say that wasn't literal when it said God said.
I also think it's funny because, as he said there, like, this is a representation of how Christian ethics are flexible to the society that they're in at the time. That's kind of his explanation. It's like, well, it worked for slave owners and it worked for abolitionists. We can take it wherever with us,
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have a problem with slavery. He doesn't think that. I'm going to tell you now, this guy just has no problem with slavery. He's like, okay, I accept it in society, that's a bad thing, but he has no problem with slavery, this guy.
MPS said in the chat, Doug Wilson says the Bible has slavery, and the problem is that Christians deny it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is insanity. I don't know how you can retranslate these things. Like, it's just mind-boggling to me that you could translate this any differently.
What I love is the Christians who will even try to go so far as to say, no, this is a different type of slavery, and in this form of slavery, the master, was actually helping the slave. Right, the slaves would have been worse off if they hadn't been, subjugated
Yeah, the one in Leviticus that talks about the taking slaves from around your area, not the Israelites, goes on to say that you can sell and trade those, and that you could pass them on to your children, basically in perpetuity, and keep them in your family forever. That you own them. So
right.
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Possible alternatives. What this argument says is that you have to rule out every other religion in order to prove that Christianity is true. It's not enough to just say, as the presuppositionalist says, the impossibility of the contrary is how we know that God exists. You have to systematically disprove every other worldview. Now, of course, the atheist doesn't do this. He doesn't go around and try to disprove every single religion. But for some reason, he expects that you and I have to. All right. And of course, that's not how the transcendental argument for God works. It shows that God is the necessary grounding for the transcendentals like logic and morality. And that if there's one necessary precondition, there can't be two. And therefore, all the other ones are ruled out by de facto. I have got different ways of addressing this one, but it is interesting how an atheist will adopt any other worldview other than Christianity, even one that he doesn't believe in, to try to disprove Christianity. And
see, I don't think that's the case. I think we can adopt other worldviews for the sake of an argument. Right? It doesn't mean they actually subscribe to that. It's to show that that the soul, this proposition of a precondition, right, can be applied in other using other explanatory powers, right?
Yeah, it's to show the hypocrisy of the Christian claiming that his God is the necessary precondition, but that somehow all the other ones are not.
Yeah, the theists specifically, I'll be honest, Christians have a real box problem. They have a real problem of thinking outside of the box. So sometimes you have to show them that their argument can apply to an infinite number of God possibilities, and that there's no reason to still think that their cartridge is the right representation of that. So even if their argument is correct about there being a necessary singular conscious being, even if that is true, you still have all of these problems. As Christopher Hitchens used to say, you still have all of your work ahead of you to get that to tie back to the Yahweh God or whatnot, and not to any other cartridges of God, or the infinite, or the multiple different gods that was made by other gods, that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. In My Awesome Life, in the side chat, it said slavery was a concept of most ancient cultures. It's a subject we in modern times can't fathom the need or ways of those times. I do not condone it, but do understand that I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, so the problem though within the way that he phrased that, and that's I keep going back to, is that he was like, well, our moral convictions, on the one hand, as a presuppositionalist, they say their moral convictions are fixed, and static, like the God being, right? But on the other hand, they can say, well, it adapted over time to these different like societal norms or whatever.
Yeah. The real problem here is, do we say that this is a standard to which God would hold us morally accountable to? And if you can't say that they would hold him morally accountable at that time, then how can you say that it's morally wrong now? I mean, how is it possible that back then, for example, that it wasn't a sin? And I had this conversation with a Muslim about the child that Muhammad married, right? Mm-hmm. And I asked them if this would be considered immoral, or if you think that God would hold it against you to do this to a child. And there was this, he was slow to say it, but you finally get him to say yes, that it is immoral and that God wouldn't want you to do it. Okay, then how is it that God could judge you by one standard and judge someone else by a different standard just because of time? And how can you rectify that with God changes not?
Yeah. And additionally, you could say, like, even in the Jesus story, did God violate Mary in the conception of Christ, right, in that story? And then he didn't follow through, by what the law said, that if he had violated, that woman, then he had a particular set of commands that he was to follow.
well, let me just say this: God's above the law in all situations for the theist.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. Forget messing with a young 13-year-old and getting her pregnant. Forget that. Apparently, he can kill the entire planet, drown them, and there's just not a moral issue here. It's all his ants. He can do whatever he wants to do with it. The problem is, it's not him that is owning and beating slaves. It's other human beings that are doing it that don't seem to have the exemption. But some of those human beings are going to be judged different in this time than they are in this time, because apparently that's okay. But if that's okay and it can't be judged as a sin, I can't see the logical possibility that it's not completely fine and moral for us to own slaves right now by that standard.
And right after Exodus, when he supposedly freed the Jews from slavery in Egypt, wouldn't that have been a perfect time to say, just like I took you out of Egypt, you shouldn't take any slaves either? But instead he's like, nah, it's totally cool. You're my special people. Screw everybody else. Just do whatever.
Yeah, he actually says go into Canaan, and whoever doesn't surrender, if they don't surrender themselves willingly, and I think the basis of them surrendering was that if they become your servants and whatnot, then if they don't do that, then go ahead and kill every one of them.
I've heard another person recently make this argument that like, well, especially like in the Old Testament, right? The Israelites were basically a minority. They were like a small group of people, so that's why God gave them like these special privileges, so that they could like grow out of it or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem with the fact that that's the plight of man, that we do stupid shit and we don't consider other moral factors, and that we've kind of slowly moved away from that. I don't have a problem with the fact that once upon a time we had slaves and we thought that was kosher, but that is the kind of behavior that you'll get out of human beings. It is not the kind of behavior that you'll get out of someone who is the singular standard of morality, that defines it in the universe. That's not the behavior you get out of a character like that. So this looks extraordinarily man-made.
If you want proof of that, go Google search the flying spaghetti monster, which was a really cringy meme religion that atheists came up with about 20 years ago to try to disprove Christianity. They don't believe in it, but they expect to be taken seriously with it. So I've devoted multiple hours on the Think Institute's YouTube channel and podcast to debunking this idea that you have to disprove every other religion out there individually in order to prove Christianity. It's just not true. But again, we're not going to get into all of that right now. Next.
Has anyone else ever heard that argument? Has anyone ever heard an atheist put that argument forward, that you have to debunk every other religion to prove that Christianity is true?
No.
I've never heard it.
Yeah, that's a big straw man on, basically like we were talking earlier, is just that if we agree with these underlying principles for Christianity, well, that doesn't rule out any other religion, right?
Yeah. I think he totally misunderstood the use of satire. I will say this, though. I would have lost this bet on him making every one of these a straw man. I don't think he's done that. Be quite fair and honest. But I've never heard of the argument that he just posted. Never heard of it.
Are you talking about the flying spaghetti monster?
No, I've heard of the flying, obviously.
Okay.
I've never heard him anybody make the position that you have to disprove every other religion out there, their God, for it to be valid, that you have to knock out every other religion or explain it away.
Well, yeah, I think that I've heard it a number of times, not necessarily in like a formal debate, but in any of these informal debates, scare quotes, or call-ins, where people will, once you get to that point and it's like, okay, let me grant you the argument that maybe a God is necessary. Now, how do you prove which God? And they say, well, I don't need to do that. You're not an atheist because you just, for the sake of argument, said maybe a God is necessary.
And then say, yeah, Ra. So Christians are all agreeing that Ra is the one true God.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's silly. We just use other gods to prove that the logic that they're using it doesn't have any singularity to it. You can use it for anything, and you can make up something. But this is like the appeal that they do to presuppositional about like reality. This tree, this object, this comb, this thing is proof of, and then they say their god. But the truth is, you could say that of any god character. You could make up one. Pooh Bear, the creator, that tree is proof. It's evidence thereof. So I don't know how they get to that. It's evidence of their god or their ideal. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's very problematic for like the Abrahamic faiths because they all have that core tenet that says that theirs is the one and true God or something. Whereas if you go into different pagan beliefs or like I think even Hindus acknowledge, they say, well, we have our pantheon of gods, but all these other gods are there too, and they're competitors, but ours are still the best, right? They kind of adopt that position, so they don't reject the claims of other theists.
But ultimately, the pantheon is all just manifestations of Brahma.
That's what I was just going to say. Honestly, they could. I've even heard it argued that Jesus is a manifestation of Brahman.
Mm-hmm.
All of these are ultimately just Brahman.
God did evil. And if you're watching the screen right now, you can see that we're talking about one of the prominent examples that people will use is Noah's flood.
I'm going to call that a straw man right off the bat, though, because, right, God did evil is not something that I usually hear people say. God made evil, right?
Yeah.
God has done evil things, for sure, has allowed evil things to happen, but, like, the problem of evil is a problem in the conception, right? Because the problem of evil says that if God created all things, then God must have necessarily created evil.
Well, I think it's in Isaiah 45:7. I am the author of evil.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's the best translation, but yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that it's there that he creates good and evil. So what's weird to me is I don't know why apologists don't just let go of that argument. I've said that for years. Like, I don't know why they tackle this problem with God is all good. Like, you don't even have a Bible verse to say that God is all good or only good. But you do have a Bible verse that says that God creates good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
So why back the other horse? Like, the first position of saying God creates evil is fucking biblical. Just go that direction. I mean, you don't have to follow this what's the 400th century Catholic guy that I think is the first one that made this strong proposition, St. Augustine, that God is all good. You don't have to back this idea. You have biblical precedents that God creates evil, and it's a lot easier to defend. A lot easier.
Yeah, and on to the argument that he's actually making here, God does or has done evil things, right? Because we could say objectively, like you were saying earlier, that whatever laws or principles God is trying to command upon us, he does the opposite in these acts, whether it's the global flood, the destruction of Sodom, Sodom, right? Like all these different acts where he is destroying things, which is in itself evil.
They'll say that God wiped out everybody. That was unjust. God wiped out children. God, he flooded the earth. That was a terrible, evil thing for God to do. Or he'll talk about the conquest of Canaan as one. Or again, this is another version of that. God commanded slavery or God didn't condemn slavery, that sort of thing. Now, a lot of these arguments about God doing evil actually misrepresent what the Bible says, but this is a form of moral argument that relies on certain presuppositions. And this one came up 6 times in the debates over this last year. So again, not totally uncommon. I mean, 6 times to face this 6 different times. And so that's about 6% of all of my debates that I did this year had to do with God
I love those nice round numbers.
doing evil. So, as a Christian, how would you respond to this? Whether you're a presuppositionalist or not, if someone says that God did evil, how are you going to respond? I know how I would respond, but what about you? If you're watching this live, you can drop a comment, or you can get in touch by going to thethink.institute/contact and let me know.
Shameless plug. All right. Well,
yeah. Hey, I wanted to mention to you something because I tried to get AI to pull every verse that would back the idea that God is all good. And it dropped a few verses here and what's the translations of them are. And I want you to see if y'all think there is an argument amongst these verses to say that God is all good. First one, Psalms 145:9. It says, "The Lord is good to all. He has compassion on all he has made." Okay, that's the first one. Then we have James 1:17. "Every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights, who has done blah, blah, blah." So that's another one. We have Psalms 105. "For the Lord is good, his mercy is everlasting, and his truth endures to all generations." Then we have Psalms 34:8. "Taste and see the Lord is good. Blessed is the one who takes refuge in him." And then the final one it used as an example is Mark 10:18. "Jesus said to him, you call me good, but no one is good except God alone." So I think the strongest one is the Psalms, which is literally a damn, a praise unto the Lord that says the Lord is good to all, right? His compassion on all he has made. So they're taking, I think that's the strongest one of all of the context. And it's literally a damn song that says, "Oh, the Lord's good to everybody."
Yeah, I mean, I thought the second one sounded more like a rationalization of like, no, like be grateful, the first one and
So it's weird. I mean, this is the strongest argument that you have that God is all good, that he's never creates evil or anything, which is, it's so weird. You don't even have a strong biblical basis on it, but they back this doctrine into their own folly constantly. Whereas if they just backed the Isaiah one and said, look, God creates good and evil, done. You don't have to have this argument anymore. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
They shoot themselves in the foot over this.
No.
And the presuppers even go like another step, and they add it as a description of the God, that it is in God's nature to be good.
Yeah. That's why they hold on to it. That's because that's what they think gives God his moral authority. So they say the essence that is God is goodness, that they're interchangeable, that God can't be anything but good. Anything that God is good, right? So this is their grounding thing. They ground good in what the nature of God, in the essence. So this is why they hold on to the argument, which is a ridiculous thing because that's nowhere in the Bible. But that's how they have to ground good. Otherwise, it just seems arbitrary that God he's picking shit, and saying, "Oh, this is good. No, that's good."
It's like I think of, and we're kind of talking about this like way earlier in the stream, but I guess this harkens back to what I was thinking about leadership. And that like quality leaders usually do so by giving an example of what they expect of their subordinates, right? And so anytime you see as a worker or a low level a low ranking person, what you see from your superiors is if there is hypocrisy there, you immediately lose respect, you lose loyalty, so it's disaffective, right? So anytime we see hypocrisy from God, he says, turn the other. Well, in the case of Jesus, right, it says turn the other cheek and all of this stuff, rather than what God does, which is a lot of wrath and vengeance. It seems to say that like even if this person did have such and such a power, if they existed, I still would not want to follow them based on my own moral judgments, right? And so, and I don't think that our moral judgments could be in conflict with that of our perfect and all-knowing creator, right? There's something there that's...
It's weird. It's like the Isaiah, or like the killing his kid. Obviously, we know the individual that's tasked with murdering his child on the altar feels moral qualms about killing his child, right? But the ideal is that our moral qualms, that they're not the standard of what's right or true, or, it's God says to do it, that we just have to suck that up, and his judgment is everything,
Right? And his ways are higher than ours, and all of that
Yes.
non-explanatory stuff they will say. Well, excellent. And I probably should wrap up. It's been over 4 hours on the stream,
I
which was a
streamed that at
goal.
the time.
We did that.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to be in here that long anyway. I want to be eating lunch and everything in here. But it's good talking. We got to hit some chests up sometime, man. We got to play again. I'm telling you.
Yeah, definitely. I lost the other phone, so it got I no longer have I only have one phone now, so I have to hook that up with my chess account. I saw I got a challenge from somebody else on there as well, which I assume could only be from this channel. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to do some of those 3 or 4 minute games with you, or something like that. I know you've been running those 3-minute games last I seen, but yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of my MO. But yeah, I could probably run some longer ones, especially if we're, like working through stuff and chatting in the back. We could do some 10 minutes or something, Yep. For sure. Do you guys have anything up and coming on the channels you guys want to shill? I know everybody here is doing content.
No plans.
No?
You got a channel, fact of the matter?
I do. It's
called?
at Hillary's Emails 1615 is the channel.
For real?
Yeah.
All right. At Hillary's Emails 1615.
I wonder if this will work. I'm going to try to... If I post this... Oh, no, it didn't work as a link.
No, you can click
No,
it,
wait.
though. And you can click it and bring it to the stage. Like, if you're inside of your StreamYard, you can click it and it'll come up on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
But if you search that, I think that it'll come up with my channel and you'll see.
Cool.
But it has, I did rebrand it as Fact of the Matter, but it's still, even the other one is my old, I don't know.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just a skeptic philosophy. But hey, man, I enjoy you chatting with you. Thank you for having me on, man. I'm fixing to bail out of here. It's good talk. As
Thanks
always.
for coming, Robert. Yeah,
Later.
definitely appreciate you, man.
Good meeting. Take care.
You too. Bye.
All right. Well, so I appreciate, of course, Skeptic Philosophy and Fact of the Matter coming by. Everybody in the chat. We had My Awesome Life, B.S. Lewis. I saw Tog back there, Sandy, Brojo, Spooky Bed Hair, Big John Level, and I missed somebody else. Of course, I always miss somebody, I imagine. Oh, Captive Desk, Viking Silverwolf. So much love to everybody, and be kind, be well, and stay trusty. Oh, and Smokey Saint was here early on in the program.
Oh.
So, lucky me. All right. Happy Monday. Have a good week, everybody. Happy MLK Day. We'll see you next time.
All right, bye.
Bye.